Nival_Lenyon has claimed first. For this stream,
Kicking off your workday with a fresh-baked feline frenzy.
You're watching and listening to Nyongo Bongo Dongo.
Now let's get this bread.
Good morning, Yan pals. Happy Friday morning, buddy. Hope that was a wonderful day so far. You've all made it to the weekend. Not only you made it to the weekend, you've also made it to 4th of July. Happy 4th of July. Happy Friday, 4th of July. That being said, to all my fellow viewers and my fellow Nyam pals down south in the freedom units, I should say. I can't think of a clever way to segue into that, but I hope that you enjoyed the relatively patriotic intro music earlier. I know I'm saying this all while I'm up here in Canada, but we're literally America's hat. What can I say? But anyway, happy 4th of July, y'all. Hope you're looking forward to a wonderful freedom weekend. That being said, y'all know what it means. Let's roll a fun clip.
It's like Fun Friday, you fucking losers. It's like Fun Friday. It's like Fun Friday, you fucking losers. It's like Fun Friday. Everybody now. It's like Fun Friday, you fucking losers. It's like Fun Friday. It's like Fun Friday, you fucking...
Happy flat fuck 4th of July, everybody. That being said, we currently have, we actually got quite a bit of a patriotic American special happening this weekend. Now, first and foremost, we'll see. I'll let you know what's happening up in the next couple days as well. Tomorrow morning at 1 a.m. Pacific time, we have another round of Helldivers 2, spreading and manifesting managed democracy. Then on Sunday morning with the Sunday Squad, we have another round of Welcoming Back to the Jungle with Gray Zone Warfare. Speaking of the Sunday Squad, today we have ourselves a special edition, a tandem tactical. Tell me about it today. With the field commander of the Sunday Squad, Mr. Louis 661, and also the second in command of the Sunday Squad, Mr. Kioi Sarai. Now, we'll get to them in a sec. Let's do a quick roll call here. First and foremost, congratulations to who redeemed the first. That being said, I kind of got lost in the... Nival redeemed the first. Good to see you, Nival, as well. Good to see you alive and awake during my time as well. That being said, speaking of alive and awake, I see our Nyanager-san Hanako Maya kicking around the chat. Yeah, I was finally streaming on a day where you're alive, where you're available. We did get a little bit late getting started, that being said, but Fridays are usually we start around this time or a little bit earlier, but Friday is the one day that I'm actually available and awake during normal people hours. I guess I should say. Whereas the other two is kind of, I'm streaming kind of in the weird overnight. I'm streaming in European hours, basically, the most non-American hours you can get, despite the fact that I'm in an American time zone. But anyway, that being said, welcome all to like I said, a special edition of the Tactical Tell Me About It. We have once again the Field Commander Sunday Squad, Louis 661, and second in command, Kiori Sarai. Gentlemen, good to see you as always. How are you been today? Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday to you, too. It's great being up here again.
Great to have you both back.
Oh, yeah. It's great. Feels great to be back.
Hey, brother.
I believe this is our first time, actually. Well, the first time.
Oh, yeah, we'll be gentle if it's the first time, don't worry.
No, I'm sure.
Well, it's first time having you both here at once. Yes, definitely. You've both been here separate times, but never actually in the same instance.
Yeah, Kiori actually pointed that out when we were setting up and whatnot, and I actually haven't noticed that.
Really? That's totally fair. I guess with like how often you guys are on here as well, and even I'm like, I think we've we both had you each here once. I think, yeah, you both been here once, and then
individually, I think,
yeah, absolutely, and I guess just how often we get together in general. It's kind of everything kind of just blurs together in a way, So it's like But glad to have you both with us. That being said, As you know, tell me about it is a little bit different than our standard 2-for-1 segment. How the 2-for-1 works is typically I have a set of questions that I ask our guests that focus on their experiences as a VTuber that is fairly targeted and fairly fairly rigid and just flow. Although, you know me, I like to go off on tangents every now and then. Well, that means, myself and the guests, I kind of just let the guests kind of lead the conversation. I mainly use the questions as bullet point as reference topics, but in this case we're going to turn the tables on the tell me. In this case, and what happens with this for tell me about it is the guests provide the topics and I basically provide the commentary. But before we get into that, though, for those of you who would like to know a little bit more about these two lovely specimens before me, let's start, of course, with the 5 W's for each of you. Who are you? What do you do? Where do you do it, and when? And for how long have you been doing it, VTubing or otherwise?
You want to? Yeah,
no, boss. No, I think you go first, Sarge.
Well, I guess it's fair since I am field commander, of course. So, yeah, can you run that by me one more time, Yanko? Your 5 W's. I want to make sure I go in the right order.
Certainly. Who are you? What do you do? Where do you do it, and when? And for how long have you been doing it, VTubing or otherwise?
Okay, so hey guys, I am Louis661. I'm a tactical VTuber from the Philippines. Oh. I do tactical FPS games with an immersive twist to it, trying to observe real-world military doctrines and try to apply them to, to these virtual environments. Let's see, where do I do it?
Correct. Primarily on Twitch, YouTube, where?
You guys will you'll primarily see me active on Twitch. I do kind of post some what I call after stream reports after every Twitch stream. It's pretty much a 2-minute and 17-second highlight video of my streams. Let's see. I also do I am as of recent utilizing my YouTube as a dumping grounds for my archive of clips. As of right now, I have accumulated a clip archive of over 1.4K clips.
Nice.
So on my Twitch. So I wanted to utilize those clips aside from them just dusting up in the archives. And apparently the move to use my YouTube as a place to put my clips there was a pretty good move, because I am actually getting a lot more activity and viewership off of shorts. And we all know that on the YouTube platform, clips are where they are, or shorts are where they are right now. So
this is true.
You know what?
They're comfy and easy to wear.
Yeah, so
for those of you fan of Pokemon. But I've noticed that too as well. Like even the clips that I've put up, not even the ones that because I've had Trav do a few edits on mine as well, but I've noticed that even the ones that I just dumped directly from Twitch, just exporting them right to YouTube, are getting like over 1,000 views. I'm like, what the hell? When did that come from?
I think it has to do with the astronomical amount of hashtags that are embedded in these clips. You see, they're porting them from the Twitch platform and over to YouTube. And so, let's see, I believe if you go to share a clip from Twitch platform, there are 3 major clips that may have brought in a considerable amount of views onto the YouTube platform. One being the hashtag for your channel with your name, and then the other one being for the Twitch platform. And then in the description, since you're porting that over to YouTube, you'll have the hashtag shorts in order for it to have that short format.
Right.
Now, yeah. So that probably might be why. But it just makes it really easy for me to actually get my clips into that, onto YouTube. So yeah. Again, you guys will find me on, you'll find me mostly live on Twitch, and I will be throwing in some random clips from my archives on the YouTube. So do keep monitor of that. I do upload 1 clip every day of whatever it is that I've streamed throughout my time streaming. So I think that is I think that
And
tackled the final W,
On that-
or I may be missing
a couple more, but on that point, I do just want to say as well, like you do put a lot of effort into curating your content as well, especially with the after stream reports. Like, I think you're the only one that I know that does like a full post stream wrap up kind of thing to that extent. Compared to anybody else that I've seen in like any format of the stream space so far.
I don't know if actually on the Twitter platform, I am the only one that makes posts of that sort of nature, especially when it comes to the hashtag tactical VTuber tag on Twitter. It's only less than a handful of people, me and another VTuber friend by the name of Mira and whatnot, has been utilizing the tactical VTuber tag. But I probably have been the one that's using that more than anyone else. So yeah, again, as a tactical VTuber, I feel that, like, you know, it's kind of like practicing what I preach and whatnot, and also just representing the hashtag itself. Even though, despite us being a very small niche and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
hey, the more you use it, the more prominent it gets, right?
Should be. Maybe it may have like a small or slow following though, but I don't really care, if I were to be honest with you, because I do enjoy, you know, existing as the type of content creator I am, and we'll get more in depth with that later on.
I too enjoy existing in general, but it's proportional, right? So it's like, the amount that gets used is scaled to the demographic that follows it. So it's not like just because, even if it may look in the bigger picture that not a lot of people are using it, at least within the demographic that it is tailored to, it's getting the appropriate amount of use that is warranted. So I got the two more W's for you are what is it? When do you stream? Like, how often do you stream, and for how long you've been streaming in general?
Okay, so I believe I've been streaming. My God, I don't know why I keep forgetting when I started streaming, but I'd have to say, like, just right.
Time is a flat circle.
Yeah, that's true. I'd say like maybe 2018. I've been streaming, or I do believe that COVID came up pretty shortly after when I started streaming. You see, when I started streaming, the moment I was able to scrounge enough money to get fiber optic cable.
Nice.
Right. So
yeah, absolutely.
The very moment I got that, I scrounge whatever kind of assets I could be able to have. Like, I didn't start out as a 3D model and whatnot. This is a special case that I'm using my 3D model. But usually you'll see me as a PNG tuber and whatnot, as you've seen my first PNG and whatnot. Mm-hmm. So I actually had that commissioned a long time ago before I was even a VTuber. I wanted like a tactical anime version of myself, and I had it commissioned. Mm-hmm. And it turned out pretty well. I liked it. And then I had it. I just kind of kept it for my personal kind of use and whatnot. Up until like 2018, 2019, that I've been bit with the VTuber bug. And then at that point on, I wanted to be a VTuber, and I had the PNG there, and I heard that, like, it doesn't really take that much to start as a VTuber. You can just use a PNG, and well, there you go. I remembered that I had this this general design of a tactical anime version of myself, and then the rest was history.
I love that, especially because, like, you've already been in it for the long haul now, so it's one of the. I guess you could be considered. Would you consider yourself to be then one of the OGs of the tactical VTubing community?
No, I don't think so. If I were to be honest with you, there's been people that's in the tactical VTubing space even way before me. Like heck, the bigger, VTubing titans in the I like to call them VTuber titans.
Yeah.
Sleepy, Wishy, Whiskey.
All ending in Y, oddly enough.
Ruri. And all those, what people would see them to be as tactical VTubers. Personally, for me, as much as I respect them and I really do like them, I think when it comes to the whole tactical aspect, I don't really think it's touching on the essence of tactics and whatnot, or it's rather the aesthetics. Though, if I were to recall a lot of their content and whatnot, they may, of course, they got all the tactical stuff, and like people make fan art, illustrations, them in the whole tactical aesthetics and whatnot. But aesthetically, tactical. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. They look pretty cool. I really do love the many fan arts that like some big time illustrators have made into like their gear and whatnot. Very detailed. So many detailed gear. Realistic.
Very demure. Very mindful. Very cute.
Very expensive. Sorry. Well, yeah, it's the whole. If anyone be able to recall that. Having a tactical anime girl and whatnot. What was that shit? Tactic Kawaii kind of thing that I remembered it being called and whatnot. Tactic Kawaii, tactical and
that
kawaii and whatnot, because the whole anime girl kind of stuff with tactical gear. So,
hey, JPR, thanks for popping in. Good to see you.
JPR photo. Hey, JPR is here. He's my boys.
Where's the chat overlay? Let's notice there. Did I just miss it? 1 sec. Oh, it's just hidden behind it. That's all good. You're good. Don't worry.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm covering it. Oh, my bad.
That's all good. It's all good. No, you're fine. I put it intentionally behind the guest so that it doesn't
my head.
slap you in the face. Yeah, exactly. But JPR, good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday to you. Happy 4th of July.
Yeah, it's great to see you here, dude. So,
sorry, Tactical Eye.
Okay, so I think I went off on a tangent on that one. My bad.
A tactical tangent, if you may.
Well, yeah, it's.
And hey, like I said, tangents are the norm for this kind of show, especially for me, right? So no need to apologize for that. That's just how we roll.
Yeah.
That was last W actually. The how long you been doing it. So thank you for that introduction, sir. And good to get the chat to know more about you as well. Now over to Kiori. Give us your 5 Ws. Who are you? What do you do? Where do you do it? When? And for how long you doing it? VTubing or otherwise?
Hi, so my name is Kiori Sarai. I am a World War II tactical VTuber operating out of Singapore. I'm also a licensed therapist by trade, specializing in trauma-informed care, anxiety disorders, and depressive disorders. And I've been doing it since 2022, both of them actually. Both VTubing and my private practice since 2022, January, February. And, well, I'm still kicking.
Hell yeah, you are. But
as for my streaming, lately I've been having a bit of a break from it. That's why you haven't seen me on as often as I used to be. So, yeah, there's that, eh?
No, that's fair. Well, we still appreciate seeing we still appreciate having you pop in with us every occasional Sunday as well, for our thing.
Wouldn't have it any other way, darling.
That makes 2 of us. But yeah, so thank you for your introduction as well. So you primarily when you are streaming regularly, so you're primarily on Twitch, and then how often do you usually stream? It's during regular schedule anyway.
The one is actually how to say
fairly sporadic.
I say fairly sporadic.
You do the guerrilla method. Quite appropriate for a tactical VTuber, not gonna lie.
Especially one who's trained by the Imperial Japanese Army. have to go home, Alan.
Yeah, you're not bounded by a schedule. Actually, that makes the two of us, dude. I never make a schedule.
Yeah, because I do kind of see you stream kind of like whenever the hell. Whenever you just feel like you bounce off from everything from like Tactical Assault VR to even the stuff in a regular lineup, and then sometimes I even see if I think I don't know. The Kiori's done hella loose. I don't know if you jumped in with him for that or not, but either way, so you're doing quite a variety of things, even like operator and whatnot. So you're kind of all over the place, but in a good way.
We just got to be unpredictable to the enemy.
There you go. Never let them know what is it? What's the saying where it's like never let them know your next move or something like that? I can't remember the one, but you know what I'm getting at with that one.
I think I probably might know what you're talking about. I think that was an old saying from maybe Sun Tzu from his book The Art of War.
Yeah,
maybe
that makes sense.
Yeah, all
still valid to this day.
Deception.
Very true. Very true. So appreciate you both giving us some nice introductions for both of you, and hopefully Chad has gotten to know a little bit more about you as you are as of now, and then let's get to know a little bit more what you want to bring to the table for the topic. So what do you want in terms of in the grand spirit of Tell Me About It? What would you like to tell me about?
So we actually came here primarily to be talking about actually a few things, being that, tactical VTubers, and that in the scope of the tactical FPS scene.
Mm-hmm. Side point before you continue any further, just the way this is just the way my brain works. When you said we've come here to present this, my first thought is you showing up at somebody's door and being like, "Do you have a moment to talk about Lord and Savior Smith and Wesson?" Have you heard the words of Heckler and Koch?
Have you heard about the words of our Messiah John Browning?
Exactly. Oh, the Mormons. Anyway, please continue.
Right. So let's see. Open up the thing with tactical FPS games, right? So as you know that we boys of the Sunday Squad, including Yanko, we've have our segment called the Sunday Squad and whatnot, and that I was actually grateful to Yanko here for actually facilitating a segment for something like that. So I'm always grateful for that. Thank you very much for allowing like a space maybe, or like a some sort of publicity of us tactical VTubers to get around and actually, do some, gameplay experience, like a shared experience in like an immersive kind of way that's also spoken as fun. You even told me that you had interest in the tactical FPS scene in the notion of like its influences like between players when playing a game that should be done with more immersive, kind of more like teamwork based kind of things, aside from your usual like arcade shooters like Battlefield, Call of Duty, and all that stuff. You mentioned to me that you've taken an interest in that notion of a camaraderie or like a teamwork aspect that plays into a tactical FPS that encourages players to actually work a level of I usually say it, the 3 C's of teamwork, coordination, cooperation, communication, and and all that stuff. So I really do love it that you've actually made that kind of opportunity for me, Kiori, and a lot of the other tactical VTubers that became part of the Sunday Squad to, actually have a segment and show that on stream. That an FPS game is not just it's not always mindlessly going around and shooting people. There are different ways to playing it, and doing it in the way that we're doing is one way, is something that introduces a different feel to the FPS scene.
Absolutely. So, yeah. I do just want to jump on that myself. And I do just want to first and foremost say, I do want to thank you again so much for all the efforts that you put into to being our field commander for the Sunday Squad. You've introduced me to quite a few different titles as well that I would never have considered before. But even just the amount of stuff that I've learned just running with you guys, one of the things that I say in side point, GPR says Louis, you basically the first VTuber that Louis felt. That makes sense. I can understand that, but small world. Side point. Sorry, I didn't mean to get off that to chat there, but for those who may not know my background in particular, I did grow up myself playing the Battlefield series. So I played, from 1942. I didn't play Vietnam, oddly enough. I played 1942, 2, and 3. Oh, also 1943 on PS3 when that was a thing. So my background, at least in terms of, I don't really want to call it tactical game, but like military, not even milsim. It was like military shooter gameplay. Let's call it that. Was something that I was already involved in, from my late childhood to my through my teen years and early university. But the thing with that is that while I enjoyed the gameplay, I knew very little about the technical aspects of firearms, and I still know very little about the technical aspects of firearms. But I appreciate, I honestly enjoy the the teamwork camaraderie aspect of the more hardcore tactical games that we play in the Sunday Squad. And I think about that is because obviously the Battlefield games, you had you could, especially with 2 and 3, you could create your squads at least in name when you're running with randos. But there's no real, aside from all having a common goal, there wasn't really much proper coordination. Yeah,
There's
exactly.
No intimacy, there was no coordination.
Exactly. Yeah, despite there being a shared goal and a at least team-based play aspect, there was really nothing stopping any individual person from going full Rambo. And so it was very fast paced. Not that I'm saying that I didn't enjoy the Battlefield games that I played earlier, but I did also have a falling out of gaming in general. Basically between early university and when I got into VTuber. I didn't really game in general. Well, I really had no interest in gaming, I guess, back at all at that point before I got into VTubing because, well, for one, I mainly needed something to actually show you guys while I was on. I needed material, and so that's kind of how I got back into playing games in the first place. But how I got into the tactical element of FPS in general was when Ready or Not came out. The SWAT simulator game. It was, what appealed to me initially about it was that the whole presentation was very cinematic, not gonna lie. I was it was more in terms of I really didn't know much about SWAT in general and how they operated, aside from the whole FBI open up meme. But I did like the amount of detail that was put into that game, and at least I know my computer could run it. And I think it was actually the main reason why I got it initially was basically as an opportunity to collab with Don Koala. But I really had no knowledge on the actual just how thorough the team-based element of Ready or Not, and also other hardcore tactical FPS, I should say, was intended to be. So the first couple games that I played in our collab series, I was kind of reviving my old Battlefield strategies of kind of just hell in a handbasket, and I learned very quickly that that exactly was not a suitable method for properly conducting SWAT operations. And so when I move forward after that, because my big thing with that as well was I kind of wanted the opportunity to be a bit more useful and to be able to kind of be more of an integrated unit with the other people that I was playing with. And that's when I because after the first couple sessions that we had between us, I realized very quickly there was quite a discrepancy between the methodology that I had, which basically wasn't really anything, versus what you guys did, which was a lot more strategic and actually following it exactly. And I was actually curious to I wanted to learn more about how to be a part of that kind of thing. Because I'm just a social person in general, and I like to be a part of a team. I like to be useful. I like to be helpful, that kind of thing. And so I hit up Louis and asked him, hey, can you guys teach me more about how to actually operate this properly and be part of a proper tactical strategy? So they taught me how to do the kill house and Reggie Knot, and over time we started doing more and more. We did more missions of Reggie Knot, and then eventually we started getting together more often. I was like, hey, I really like what we're doing with this so far. We all want to get together every Sunday, and we'll kind of, play some different games and kind of go from there. We'll learn. You guys can teach me more things. And honestly, the big thing about one of the big things that keeps me coming back to the Sundays, besides the fact that you guys are all just a bunch of awesome people, is that it's really it's very mentally stimulating in the sense that it helps build, it teaches you really to learn how to operate. You kind of, and I know when I say this, I mean, I don't mean losing your individualities and that you become a number, not just a person, but it's more that you start to shift your focus away from the individual nature of how you go about playing, more heavily towards being part of the rest of the unit and integrating with them. And what I found as well is that in the missions, and sorry for taking up so much of this myself, but what I found as well is that in a lot of the missions that we run and the way that we run them, I find that when you're doing a full coordination of a proper mission and, the strategy from start to finish, and you're all working together and you're kind of executing everything, as it should be. Well, of course, sometimes things go sideways and that can't be helped. But for the most part, when you have a plan and when everybody's a part of executing that plan and, you pull it off successfully, it's a lot more rewarding than kind of just going about your business solo and just kind of, hoping that you get things done just by sheer chance. And part of my background, I guess it kind of also brings up part of my background in event planning, where it's that working in that team aspect and that team-based element, to come together to execute something in a when I say leisurely / entertainment, it's basically, I get to use team-based strategy for fun. And that's kind of one of the big things that I like about running with the guys in the Sunday Squad, is that it kind of gives me an opportunity to at least relive the FPS side of my Battlefield days, but with a much more team-based outlook and proper group-based execution. So what I've enjoyed about that's why I say that no matter what I do, the Sundays will always be for the squad, is because even, like I said, even though I may not be the most technically knowledgeable in terms of firearms operation in general, I've only been to the range once. I've only fired a shotgun once and a pistol once. But I couldn't be damned to know what the different bullet sizes do. But that aside, though, so despite the fact that I know very little about firearms in general, I enjoy the fact I quite enjoy. Well, I enjoy what we do. Basically, is the best way I can put it. Is that even though I may not be, because I know in terms of tactical VTubing especially. I know you mentioned that I've provided an opportunity to give tactical VTubers a platform on a more mainstream kind of variety stream such as mine. But Yeah, like, because I know a big part of the tactical scene as well, of course, is, knowledgeable on the firearm side. But like personally, I kind of, despite the fact that I lack that myself, I highly enjoy the team based, the team element that comes with a lot of the tactical V's tubing side of operations. So, I am honored that I was able to come across you guys, and that like, on the one hand, you coming into my side of things, that you've also taken upon yourself to bring me into your side of things. And honestly, I couldn't be happier with that arrangement. So it's an honor both ways, sir. I appreciate it. And I wouldn't be happier.
It's pretty much a win-win for both of us. That
exactly.
And, like, again, everything that you're explaining, it's pretty much a shared experience, though, for lack of a better term and whatnot. Again, introducing a different way of thinking about tackling a task and having to deal with very unforgiving mechanics in a tactical FPS game and whatnot. And these unforgiving mechanics encourages teamwork and coordination with all the players that are involved in this.
Exactly. Like, you can't just take 10,000 bullets and just throw a med pack at the guy and he'll be back up and running 100% in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much like that. I also like the fact that aside from just encouraging teamwork, these kinds of games make you feel that you're nothing special or above the person to your left and right, the team,
exactly,
the players that you're going to be working with in accomplishing this task. And the fact
it's about the unit, not the individual.
Yeah, literally, the best way to set yourself up in the best kind of mentality for these kinds of games is that don't think about your strength to be the accommodation for like the whole entirety of the mission or something. Rather, you want to mind the strength of everyone as one unit.
The strength comes in numbers.
Yeah. Or like literally everyone that's in the team as a strength collected effort as one. And then it's like thinking us as like one person, but everyone, is serving a role in that effort.
The hive mind.
And nobody is better than each other. Or it's like, you're no different from your teammates, aside from the role that you play and the equipment that you come into the operation with. And the fact that if we're able to pull off a victory, a mission accomplished off of that notion and off of that mentality, that to me is the best kind of satisfaction, and that's what I sought out for as fun when I play my FPS games. And that's the reason why I kind of transitioned from arcade FPS games, where a team can win and whatnot, but also
they have the
MVP.
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's the one, the MVP.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, in contrast to like hero shooters like Overwatch.
Yeah, or what Kyori is gonna say, the MVP thing. Kyori, you can go ahead and continue with the MVP thing. What is it?
What it does, it boosts the individual's ego, and it builds up these narcissistic tendencies, especially.
Especially when you have leaderboards for the team, where it ranks the individual team member's performance rather than the group.
Yeah, that to me is basically saying, like, in simpler words, that, hey, good job, your team won. That's all nice, but
this guy did all.
Yeah, this guy did something more than all of you. Let's have our attention on this guy more.
Exactly.
And so, like, if you're not on that MVP pedestal, or whatever is that, I forgot, lack of a better term.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, pedestal. Okay. So, yeah, if you're not on that MVP pedestal, then, they're just basically saying, like, hey, good job, your team won and whatnot, but you're not as important as this dude that did this cool thing.
Oh, exactly. Like, it reminds me of sports. Like, in whether it's like hockey, basketball, whatever the hell, or football. North Americans call it soccer, but of course, everywhere else in the world it's football. The non-American football, I should say. Well, even in regular American, even in American football, any real big pop culture sport, you always get when people think about Argentinian soccer, for example, they don't think of the Argentinian soccer team. They think of Lionel Messi, for example, or Portugal, Cristiano Ronaldo, as opposed to the Portuguese team. And it's like, so it's like, even though the team is all working together to achieve a common goal, you're like, people are only going to really be talking about, the MVP or whoever's the team captain at the time. Like, you're never really going to get, you're never really going to get, somebody making a big deal about, right-wing defensemen in a team or whatever. They're going to be the flagship of the team or whatever. It's always going to be, you're always going to have the hero role in like sports teams. And I think that's kind of something that I feel like that's the kind of something that the hero shooter kind of genre has kind of played into. Where with the MVP aspect.
Yeah, if you were to translate that over to in the FPS scene for arcade shooters and whatnot, there's going to be at some point that essentially that the player that stood out in terms of the most kills in a game, or a very or a highlight moment and whatnot, is just going to get the spotlight over their
play of the game or whatever the hell, play of the day.
Yeah, you get that with most arcade shooters and whatnot, like Overwatch, Marvel Hero, or Marvel Rivals, and whatnot. It's only that I see in Battlefield that I see it to be more tolerable and whatnot. Just believe it or not, I've been playing Battlefield 1 earlier today, and
I saw actually, or at least I saw your Steam notification.
Oh yeah, I've been playing Battlefield 1 for about a good 3-4 hours or something, and I actually do like how Battlefield 1 does not actually bring up one person as to be an MVP. Rather, they bring up one squad and whatnot, right? So I actually kind of like it a little bit better. Though they'll when you let's just say that your team, your side become victorious in a 64v64. Oh wait, is it 32v32? Whatever.
Either way, it's a shitload of people.
Yeah, massive scale lobbies and whatnot. But that's Battlefield. That's the nature of Battlefield.
Exactly.
So yeah, again in Battlefield 1, and I think it was Battlefield 4 that they started the after action menus. They will show not just one person, but they will show the fire team or the squad that did a significant thing. So you'll come up as victorious on. You'll show your general team will show victorious, and then they're going to narrow it down to the fire team element that actually did a lot and whatnot. But I actually like that a little bit better in the fact that they're not highlighting just one person in that whole entire team of 32 or 64.
No, I agree with that actually, because it's the group. It's basically the saying the group that accomplished the most as a team together versus just here's the one guy that got 30 kills in a round or whatever the hell.
Yeah. And Battlefield 1 has actually did that in a very good way and also very cinematic. And actually, it's I have to say it's very appropriate for 4th of July, guys, because Battlefield 1 in cinematics, and oh my god, don't get me started on the musical score of that thing. Oh, it's so beautiful. But is
it on sale for the Steam sale?
It should be. Hey guys, if you guys are on Steam right now, check Battlefield 1 if it is on sale. It should be. Most likely, it would be.
I can just pull it up right now. Actually, today's stream is not sponsored by the EA games. Don't worry.
So
EA games challenge everything.
Exactly.
this is very cinematic. It could be exaggerated, kind of cinematic,
like $2 right now.
or something in Battlefield 1, but
And 95% off.
I was faced with the circumstance that I had to be a team leader again for the squad, because it has to be all the other squads were filled, and in order for me to jump into the game, I had to make another one and whatnot. So that would instantaneously make me the team lead and whatnot. And so what in Battlefield 1, for anyone that is the team lead in a squad element, you can be able to look at the different objective. And I'm doing 32 versus 32 conquest mode.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And so you know how it is in conquest mode in general Battlefield formula. You got all these control points, and the team that holds the most control points will win the game. Yeah. So in Battlefield 1, I really like how it kind of set itself up. Now, it's not really tactical in any aspect, again, where we'll get to the whole tactical kind of thing later on. Oh, and Corey just reset it. Okay, but yeah. I like how Battlefield 1 kind of sets itself up in that there'll be times where different squad elements will coordinate with each other. The most common part that I see that different squads would be coordinating with each other is when it has to do a full-on charge to assault on an objective. And I've been caught many a times. And like, I'm also that one guy that likes to play the game a little bit more tactically with a little bit more mind and thought to it. I am actually highlighting enemies as they're approaching. I'm also verbally telling people, well, anyone that can be able to understand English, because I'm mostly playing in Asian servers closer to Japan and whatnot. But for those that is able to, audibly hear me and understand what I'm saying, I'm also communicating with them, saying that there's a mass charge going on from this side of our objective and whatnot. So I verbally say that, and there are some people. There's surprisingly some people that actually gets that. Sometimes in my own squad, or like some of the soldiers that are that happen to be bunched up with my squad from other elements and whatnot. But I'd say the most fun I got in my experience of being the team leader of one squad, and like you have a bunch of these other squads that are just bunched in, is almost kind of deadlocked, is when we agree that we probably have an open window to make a charge to an assault. And then, like, I haven't really seen much team leaders in Battlefield 1 utilize the social, like the in-game command.
Oh, the commands
kind of thing.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Unlike normal people that's in the squad, like anyone that is not the team leader in a squad, their go command is different. The one the TL, their go command in there is a team leader that blows a loud whistle, and that can be able to be heard from everyone else that is close by and whatnot, right? And so let's just say I see a lot of us and my own squad and a whole bunch of other squad that's kind of deadlocked, returning rounds on a close by objectives that we're supposed to be assaulting and whatnot to capture.
Yeah.
So I took it upon
Battlefield
myself.
1 is sorry, just cut in, because Battlefield 1, World War 1 theme, because I remember back then when they did the trench charges, the whistle was the cue to charge out of the trenches
we're
and
going up and
assault
over,
the enemy.
boys. We're going into no man's land.
Exactly.
And so I don't know if this is I don't know if it was a thing from the whistle or whatnot. I definitely got like a very cinematic kind of experience from something like that, though. But when team leaders can be able to look at an objective and then hit Q to issue an order to your squad, saying that the team leader wants us to assault this point, or we want to defend this point. So,
sorry, hold the thought. Kira, would you like me to flip you?
Yeah, I think it'll be better.
Okay.
Yeah, my VC face is bugging out. I'm really sorry about
that. All good. No worries. Easy fix on my side.
Here.
I think yours is the first one. So
I noticed that I'm sitting on your lap and they're giving me this cheeky, perverse grin. What's going on there?
Is it much different from 2048 that JPR photo says? I would say that the vibes of Battlefield 1 being set in World War One is I'd say at least in the vibes of it and how people kind of react to the context of a World War One shooter and that of a near future shooter is very different. It's kind of night and day. In a World War One kind of context, I see the whole experience being like a shared experience amongst players. Not again,
a lot less reliant on technology.
Not in the tactical kind of aspects. We'll get into the whole tactical stuff a little bit later on. But I'm talking about like the moment when it became a shared experience and whatnot, that these players I don't know, it kind of gets with the vibe of the thing. Again, I'm trying to elaborate on when, let's see. When I was running as a team leader for one squad, and I was the only one that was actually utilizing the in-game social commands or in-game call-out commands, especially like when I've issued an order to my squad. This is what we're gonna do. We're assaulting this objective. But here's the thing: my go command can be heard from everyone else that is around and whatnot. And the moment that I issue that command and use the go command, that was heard from all the other people. Then I don't know. It was they decide to go along with that notion or just say that, hey, I think that we might be doing a charge. And then lo and behold, everyone went up and over and did a mass charge of like 20 plus of us assaulting an objective. And I was looking at the whole entirety of that, and it's like, holy shit, it's so cinematic. Or it's like like at that time is a very shared experience, and I really do those kinds of parts. That even though that we didn't really have any players speaking to each other audibly, where the game enabled us to actually do some sort of in-game mechanic that lets player know that helps with players coordinate with each other. I kind of like those parts. And I find those kinds of fun because ultimately it's a shared experience.
Exactly.
And ultimately we're able to capture the point, and that was like an effort of everyone that it's in that moment. It's kind of a short lived moment. That's until like we get ourselves around into another circumstance where that's going to happen. But like I've had that happen about 2 or 3 times today before this interview. And yeah, I really like to share that kind of experience today, and that will also translate over into tactical FPS games.
Oh god, yeah, because I remember like even in my Battlefield days, despite how many people are in the server at one time, everything kind of feels a lot more segmented between the individual, not only between the individual squads, but a lot of times the individual players as well. So like sure, you may have sometimes coordinated assaults in places, but you're only going to maybe get like a handful of people participating in those kind of things each time. Whereas to have that many people in a not even just in a server, just in a game, all unified in like a coordinated moment all at once, especially when it's in like the high double digits, like 20 plus people, that is an experience that you just, it's not really comparable to any other sort of like, team-based, team-based objective, I guess.
A victory from the masses and whatnot is, I say, to be a lot more satisfactory than a victory from the individual.
I agree.
Absolutely. It reminds me as well, like
elaborate more on that.
Yeah, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, go ahead, Corey. You probably have something to add on, like with your experiences, like. Let's see. the more simulated versions of like these older era FPS games, like in Hell Let Loose or something. Did you had something of that kind of notion though? Because I know you play Hell Let Loose all the freaking time. So what would you say that, like your notion of that kind of shared experience is like on your end?
Regarding Hell Let Loose, it is very satisfying when a team wins. So let's say you have 50 players full team. You have your different squads. You have the recon squads. You have the tank squads. It's structured. It's liberal, but at the same time, people have to get their jobs done. There is a structure of command. Each individual has their own roles to play. If they fail to do that role, it can put the entire game in jeopardy. So teamwork is very, very important in Hell Let Loose. Mm-hmm. And like Louis said, communication is just as important. Without communication in Hell Let Loose, you are dead. Mm-hmm. But when everything falls into place, you have your squad leaders who communicate. You have your squad members who communicate, which is now very hard to come by because a lot of people from the Call of Duty scene,
as soon as you said from Call of Duty scene, you know that's never going to go in a good direction.
But it didn't.
Not surprised.
Oh, by the Nanko, can you hide my avatar for just a little bit? I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Hey.
Yeah.
There we go.
So the thing about Hell Let Loose, you need the team to win. You cannot do it individually. These individual clusters come on board. Don't listen to commands. Go for the kill rather than focusing on the objective, not listening to the squad leaders.
They go full Rambo, basically.
Yeah. And they assault the point. No one likes to defend. Mm-hmm. For me, I primarily specialize in defense. But at the same time, I can... Hey, I actually think you'll get well together on Hell Let Loose. But I know you don't like World War II FPS, unfortunately, so that's out of the question.
It's not that I don't like it. It's that I'm more inclined towards the more modern stuff. But that's just me.
But, so it's...
G-Bear says the term is also replaced with, quote-unquote, going full John Wick. Yeah, exactly. Long as even without there being any dogs involved.
But what stands out is even though the game doesn't make you an MVP, if you do a good job at squad leader, people will naturally praise your name in the chat and give you commendations at the end of that round. So honestly, it's so you.
I was gonna say, like, honestly, I'd find that to be more rewarding and meaningful than ow. Hey, Apple. Oh, Apple Ninja's here.
Fucking trash your lights.
Speaking of
fucking try.
Speaking of team commitments here, or speaking of highlighting certain individuals.
Dangly part.
No,
I was gonna say this is usually that's Louis' job. Yeah, welcome back, sir. You just got back. You just returned to Apple assaulting me. Ow! Oh, now everybody's doing it. Well, at least Kiori's giving me a head pat. You gotta think, ow. Thank you for that. I was gonna say, ow. It was like 3 cars in 10 seconds. I was gonna say, I find it's actually more rewarding and meaningful when it's the actual individual members of the team that are highlighting your performance as opposed to the game doing that
hands down
automatically. Because and when it's the game's decision, it's like, oh great, this person did whatever according to the statistics that made them, at least in terms of the numbers, considered the best player in the game. But whereas the team is when the actual people are highlighting your performance in the game, then that is akin to it's more in terms of how your performance was as a contribution to the team effort rather than simply your performance as an individual.
And that's the reason why I don't really like some of those FPS games that puts an individual on, an alleged MVP pedestal and whatnot. Because it just kind of feels, it's like watering down the sense of accomplishments of the people that's in the rest of the team and whatnot.
Exactly.
And again, I subscribe by the notion that a victory that is won by a team effort, it feels a lot better than a victory done by the individual.
100%. And honestly, they even just in general, that is honestly the driving, like I said before, that is honestly the driving force that that keeps my desire to run with you guys every Sunday, basically, is because I've found it to be more rewarding to accomplish things as a team than it is to accomplish things solo.
Not only that,
and go ahead.
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
In rolling with a team, right? Be it in a video game or even in the military, it exposes you to the true side of the individual. There's a lot of intimacy involved in the way the individual handles the situation, the way he or she conducts himself or herself, and the way he or she reacts under pressure, when praised or when rebuked, when shit hits the ceiling. So there's a lot of things that go into teamwork, apart from just doing your job and winning.
Absolutely. Because actually, one thing that I want to touch on as well in terms of that as well is, for those who may tune into to our Sunday Squad streams, my role, and not necessarily even my role, but just my approach in general is I know some people they jump into these kind of games because they want to go and maybe not necessarily go in guns a-blazing, but they want to be the first into the action and to rack up the most body counts, that kind of thing, to be kind of the, not necessarily go full Rambo, but kind of be like the they basically want to be the center forward of the squad when it comes to tackling an objective. From what a lot of you probably see that I'm not somebody who comes in getting the most kills or things like that, or I'm usually somewhere in the middle of the pack or even the back of the pack sometimes, and compared to a lot of others, and honestly, I don't have a problem with that personally, because I am more comfortable actually being more of a support role, and more of a a strategic break off than I am, being full frontal in so to speak. And I find just as much value. I get just as much value out of that myself, especially when I'm especially still being able to be a contributing factor to our team's success without having to be, the best shot in the squad, so to speak.
You're essentially being a team player as far as I'm tracking.
Exactly.
Yeah. Whatnot. You want to go about on being a component to the success based on the collected effort of the team, but not necessarily being the center, of that effort unless if the circumstance that did make you to be the center of that effort, that is not something you sought out for. At least as far as I'm tracking with you, you like to be a team player for the reason or for the purpose of this, or as a component for the overall strength of everyone that's on the team and whatnot. If for lack of a better elaboration and whatnot, you the way how you put yourself in a fire team, as far as I'm tracking, you put the team, you put the efforts of the team, consideration of everyone, in the team as like one strength. Exactly. And also me as a TL also have to consider that, but also I also had to keep an account of each individual and their strengths and weaknesses in order to, do my team leading job and whatnot. To, again, like, your strengths and weaknesses are very different from Kiori's strengths and weaknesses and whatnot. And as a team leader, I need to keep an account for that in order to make a tactical decision making that would make out the best output in our efforts to accomplish a task. So, yeah. Again, unless if you're not the one that's running a team leading role and whatnot, you don't really have much to you don't have much to be nervous
worried
about, or like to be responsibility wise and whatnot. It's the heaviness of responsibility and whatnot, because I know what it's like to be yelled at from other people saying saying that like I made a bad call that got like a good amount of the team to be killed and whatnot. I know what that felt like, and there are many times that people have raised their voice at me. Look, you're human. You live and learn. And from that, and I'd say I see that as practice. Exactly. At least in my case, a lot of responsibilities in team leading. You have a lot to account for. Let's say, and that also starts from the individual. And then learning of all the other individuals and how would that how does that formulate to the overall strength of a whole element as one.
Exactly. Because I can definitely say off the bat that one of my weaknesses is that I can't aim for shit. My reaction time is terrible, which is kind of an anti what's the word I'm looking for? Counterproductive when it comes to something like an FPS game. But I still find the value in finding other ways throughout the mission that I can still contribute to the overall success of a team, even if I'm not the one racking up the most kills.
Okay, so let's just say let's go off of that notion that you just told me. You're not very good at precision shots or at aiming, right?
Not in terms of fast-paced acquisition. But I remember, at least in the Battlefield, I was like, I loved I was always my main was the sniper role, and so that's why, like, any chance that I can get in a lot of our less CQB operations, I typically tend to go for the marksman route.
Okay, so like environments that are like more open environments, open field, outdoors,
correct,
and whatnot, you usually like for like a marksman role, precision shooter, such. But is that in arcade FPS games, or is that like in more simulated games?
Oh, even more simulated, because I was gonna say I don't know if Insurgency is necessarily a good example, because I do as many CQBs with the M99 as I do fire shots, but I know in even when we did like the castle operation in Ready or Not, or the farm in Ground Branch, and I'm trying to think of other examples, but basically any chance that I get where it calls for a marksman, I'm one of the first to jump on that, because it's I can I have time to kind of go from a distance and lead my shots, whereas frontline, when it's frontline CQB,
like as an assaulter or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot different.
Yeah. Okay. So based off of that, like as a team leader, with that kind of information is something that I can be able to utilize and whatnot, because like heck, I can be able to put you as a particular role. Let's just say that like if we need you closer to the fight and whatnot, but your target acquisition is not good up closer and whatnot. That, let's just say on that notion, I can probably switch you up from marksman to being a machine gunner and whatnot, because you pretty much all you got to do is pretty much get your kind of spray and pray, but
maybe not to that extent, but
many rounds. Get a lot of rounds down in the general direction of where the bad guys are and whatnot. You don't need to
cover fire.
Suppressive fire, or like it's a base of fire is like the term that the military like to use when it comes to machine gunner role and whatnot. So like if you have to work a role that is not of your usual thing, team leader like myself will have to take that in accountability as well. It's like what I'm demonstrating right now, saying that okay, we don't have anyone that's running as a gunner right now, and in our circumstance that we're operating right now at this time, at this given time frame, we're going to need you to be a gunner based on what you told me and whatnot. And you could be able to run that because if you're up closer to the enemy, you don't need to take as much time to aim down your sight. All you got to do is just send a sheer mass volume of fire in their general direction. If they even dare pop their heads out, they're going to catch one.
Exactly.
Whatnot, right? So
cover the opening as opposed to covering the person, basically.
Right?
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. But
yeah, no, that's fine. That's totally fine. So yeah, that's
you know, during the castle map, I usually put you and Natalie up top at the staircase to serve as marksman. Yeah. That is also why I actually have you do that for us, because first of all, you're a really good shot at long range. Second of all, Natalie's a liability up close. Pardon me for saying.
You're not wrong.
I should have said that, but
yeah, you had a first-hand experience.
It's a valid dichotomy.
I actually trust him more with the long-range shots than up close, but with that having been said, like Louis mentioned, I agree with him. You do well as a machine gunner.
Thank you.
So let us say if you do get hell at loose, or let's say squad, not squad 44, but squad.
Yeah.
I personally think you would do well as a squad. Now,
I do appreciate that.
Louis' style of team leading and mine are similar, but we differ on a few things. For me, I tend to be a bit more dynamic when it comes to combat.
Yeah,
but I also have the ability to remain as structured and more linear in the way I operate.
I do actually want to touch on that a sec as well, because as well, for those of you not... Yeah, go ahead.
I do apologize. I need to go wash them first.
No.
Before you touch on that, continue.
Speaking of touching on things, perfect timing, of course. I don't know if I should wait till Kiori. I'll hide Kiori for now. I don't know if I should wait till he's back before I continue on this, or if
JPR. You're seeing JPR's.
We can touch on JPR.
Chat, right?
The thoughts on. Yeah, while Kiori is away for now, we can touch on JPR's question about extraction shooters.
Okay. Boy howdy, extraction shooters. Well, the extraction shooter scene in general, it's not really my go-to game or my go-to genre, if I were to be honest with you. Now, as of recent, I think my opinion of the extraction shooter scene is kind of different, especially, and there we go, going back in parallel to the topic for tactical FPS games now. If any of you were to catch us in our active matter stream during the closed beta, now that I had to say,
I love that game.
I don't usually, I actually really do love that game, and I don't. It's weird about this. It's an extraction shooter, and I don't usually play extraction shooters, but I really do like the fact that Gaijin Entertainment has made active matter in such a way that is not something of your usual kind of like Tarkov like extraction shooters. There are the mechanics do give way to running tactics and whatnot, right? And it being set in a different kind of setting usually from, well, it is set in Russia though, but it's like it's in a multiverse of connected.
It's basically Chernobyl.
Kind of stuff.
Chernobyl 2, basically.
So there's the formula has there's so much like ingredients put into active matter that you can kind of think of it as like a entirely different thing from like Tarkov and whatnot. So,
well, it's basically SCP with tactical elements.
Yeah, literally like SCP-5K.
Exactly.
Stalker, because there's lots of anomalies. Of course, there's the Tarkov thing, the looter, the looting, and the, your tasks that you.
We're talking about loot chat, not R34 here. We're talking about looter, not looter. For those who may be misconstruing that, even if it is an 18 rated game or M rated game, whatever.
My apologies if my microphone has not made that any clear or something, but I'm looting with
looter. Hey, don't tell me what a good time, hey, darling.
Unless they're Norwegian, you Ludafist.
Stalker, Shadow Chernobyl, literally SCP-5K, lots of things that's going on with active matter as an extraction shooter. Well, it's still in the genre.
Light.
Yes, that's also another thing. That's also another thing I do want to mention to you. Beautiful Light is going to be another tactical FPS, PvPvE, stalker-like extraction shooter, and I've been following the development of that game for quite a long time. It's actually very, very good. As that I heard from my other tactical VTuber friends, who's been getting involved in the limited playtests of the game. Now, the developers of the game of Beautiful Light is very, very strict on who and on what time that the playtest will take place and whatnot. And the strict rules and policies that you need to follow is a little bit too much for me to follow. So I just let some of my friends who is more dedicated than I am to get themselves involved there, and then they'll relay to me within NDA, of course, within NDA, that they let me know what was going on or any kind of info they can let me know about what to expect about Beautiful Light in its current state, and maybe what is soon to be announced or whatever. But I would say that if you enjoyed Active Matter, you guys might really like Beautiful Light.
I did just wishlist that as well. Actually, I'll go to stream. I'll drop a link in the chat as well for those who may be curious.
You know what? I do recommend that we take a look at the trailer, the cinematic trailer of Beautiful Lights. Like, if you can be able to, like make a source and get a capture video of the YouTube video or something, and just put it just like right there between us, like where the arms are and whatnot, and we take a look into Beautiful Light. I do highly recommend you take a look into that.
I might be able to I have that. I have that. I actually do have an interview capture card source for this scene. Let me just
You just need the YouTube video.
Yeah, Beautiful Light trailer. Exclusive. Is it the Beautiful Light exclusive announcement trailer, Black Summer 2023, 3 minutes 48 seconds? Or is this the announcement trailer? 1 minute 09.
I think it might be the announcement trailer.
Okay. I will load that up.
I believe. Is that like 1 minute plus?
Yeah, 1 minute 09.
I think that's it.
Okay. So it'll be covering us temporarily. Let's take a look.
And tears. When the daylight pierced through the branches, we understood.
Poor Scorpion.
We were standing before.
He happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And here you are, on the edge of the Creator.
So yeah, there you go. That's Beautiful Light. You can definitely tell that it's going for like a very SCP stalker kind of theme going to it, and that is in the extraction shooter scene. And also, that is also bridging when I mentioned SCP-5K and whatnot. There is a subgenre of the tactical FPS scene where we have the tactical FPS horror.
Hey, Raven. Thanks for popping in.
And we did actually,
yes.
We did actually play some SCP-5K for Sunday Squad and whatnot. And I really do like the fact that
is also one of my favorite games so far that we've played as well.
Yeah.
So honestly, like I find that like even though I'm not into like, you know, I'm not really into like the paranormal horror survival kind of games, but you know, give me some entities and a gun and I'm all over that shit. Like I don't know, it's just the tactical horror FPS just really appeals to me for some reason. It's maybe it's just because of like the kind of the realism mixed with the surrealism, but it's like yeah, SCP-5K was one of the favorite games that we played so far, and Active Matter, yeah. Honestly, yeah, I found that to be when you're combining, you know, realistic hardcore FPS elements with, you know, something out of science fiction, at least in terms of like anomalies and entities kind of thing. Not necessarily in terms of, you know, like space, like, you know, those space shooters. But more of like, you know, realistic environment with kind of like abnormalities through it. I don't know. It's
the
just
unpredictableness of an enemy of unknown origins and whatnot.
Definitely.
And the only thing that we have to fight something like that is the structured
conventional
tactical doctrines and whatnot, tactical structures, and you know, let's see.
I think you summarized it perfectly, honestly.
As humans. Yeah, it's a contrast that I'd say has a novelty to it for like military or for like tactical regards with science fiction or horror and whatnot. The thrill of a horror, and then with the themes of military regards in there is something of a rather relevant kind of novelty to it and whatnot, in which I'm very well following in terms of that subgenre of tactical FPS. You know, be it SCP-5K, we have Contain, Beautiful Light, Active Matter.
Contain, still waiting on that one.
Let's see. Phantom Line is also
that's the one that I'm waiting on too. Definitely.
I have that all wish listed, and I am very well looking forward to see when they come into the tactical FPS scene, if they got like demos or something or whatsoever, I am very much right there at the forefront to be waiting to get an experience on that front in the tactical FPS
same.
scene.
I think as well part of the reason why tactical horror FPS appeals to me particularly is with the survival paranormal horror games. You really have no way of fighting back. Whereas it's just like here's this big bad thing that can be anywhere. You just got to run the fuck. You got to gather clues and run the fuck away. Whereas like tactical horror FPS is here's this thing that is somewhat unpredictable, and you have a gun, and so do your teammates. So it kind of gives you a bit more confidence.
More of a tactical horror FPS when you say that, like the thing that you said earlier, that you don't got a lot of resources to work with in order to fight against this enemy of unknown origins or whatnot. It makes it even more of a tactical FPS horror. Why? Because, look, for the conventional tactical force, they. Unlike the enemy of unknown origins, characteristics, behaviors, and all that stuff, creatures, anomalies, what have you, they may be limitless on what they can be able to do, but on the force that is of structured doctrine and tactical kind of regards and whatnot, we do have our limits. And when we expend those limits, that has made it more of a survival kind of context there, because I would say it would truly make it a tactical FPS horror game with elements of survival to it if it makes like a single player to be underpowered to a force that is of unknown characteristics and whatnot, right? And so it would make it more of a tactical. It makes it more tactical in essence, that encourages players to work together in order. Again, it goes back to that thing that we talked about, a mechanic that encourages teamwork in order to deal with unforgiving mechanics or a very difficult task that can't be done with one person. Now, to translate that over into the tactical FPS scene, if you're dealing with a force that you know very little about, the best way to go about that is tackling that with others and whatnot, with the people that you need to work with, working a plan and whatnot, or getting as much information as you can about what you're dealing with. And again, all that stuff incorporates communication, coordination, cooperation with the players that you're paired up with and whatnot. And so I see that to not only be that, to be tactical kind of regards, but also survival, in which is the survival effort is an effort of everyone that is involved in the team. And so there you go. That just adds another layer of, arguably to say, a really great experience of an FPS game. If you like immersion and you like to work with people that like to work with other people in a tactical FPS game with very unforgiving mechanics, the fact that in order to survive, you need to work together. So literally, your survival and working with other people also translates to survival of the whole entire team.
Exactly. I think you honestly hit the nail on the head. I guess that's really the best way I can say about that.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure, Curie, you can be able to agree with me on that kind of stuff, like especially with the games that you play.
Hands down, man. I do. Completely agree.
Yeah. Like, just think about in this simple kind of thing. One person that is playing their role and whatnot. Let's just say, let's think about like the most mundane of roles that you can think of, like in a milsim or tactical FPS games. What about
infantry grunt?
Oh no, the infantry grunt has everything to worry about because they are the ones that are going to be up on the front lines. They're the ones that is going to be introduced to combat first.
Defensive roles, logistic roles.
Medic?
Yeah, actually, no. Medic roles, they would mostly be attached to more. Well, I mean, let's say emphasizing on combat medics and whatnot. Let's say combat medics are mostly going to be attached to units that are going to be more direct combat. But let's just say like more support roles. Let's just say, right? So
I'm thinking in Battlefield terms, in terms of the different classes that they had. I'm just going by what I thought was like the least like involved one, I guess.
So I think Curie can be able to elaborate a little bit more about this, about the importance of even support roles in more simulated games and whatnot, being like logistics, defense, engineers, and whatnot. So Curie, do you want to elaborate like their importance to a team effort, to like an example in How Let Loose or any game that you played for support roles and whatnot?
So, going back to Hell Let Loose. So, there are a few things in Hell Let Loose people tend to overlook. the building of defenses, defensive positions, and logistics, and the building of nodes, i.e., munitions, fuel, and manpower. Accumulation. You don't have nodes, we are screwed. We have nothing to work with. If we don't have a defense, we have nothing to work with. If engineers do not want to go back to fortification, we're dead. So take the game mode offensive, for example.
Yeah.
One side attacks while the other defends. It's not back and forth. This is linear.
Yeah.
If the engineers do not listen to the commander and they don't do it properly, the whole game is lost. You need to have good defenses, and you need to have squads who knows what they're doing.
Right.
And a lot of these people don't really know how to defend. And they'll either spread out really far away from the main objective. Or they all congregate into one small area, and that fucks everyone up. Then of course we have the building of spawn points, which no squad leaders do. For the life of me, I don't understand why they don't do it. So what I usually do as a squad leader is I make a priority to build up not only defensive garrisons but also offensive. But I primarily go for the defensive garrisons because these guys don't know what the hell's gonna happen. So I might as well get the.
Did my follow notification just come up on your stream?
It did.
Yes.
Oh shit! Whoop, my bad. I think my alert box still be on my OBS.
On your main scene.
Ooh, well, that's my background scene. My bad.
No worries. Well, hey, congratulations on getting a new follower.
I think whoever was that followed me just now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the fire team. It's great having you here with us. This is actually kind of a special occasion that you happen to catch me, and also me and my 3D model, Curie here, and my boss Nyanko.
And it's 4th of July on top of that.
Yeah, it's 4th of July. Yeah, happy 4th of July, everyone. And
hell yeah, brother.
Yeah. Okay, Curie.
Despite the fact that none of us are in the U.S.
Oh my god, yeah, actually.
You're the most American of us here, honestly.
Ow. Sorry, I just hit my mic.
No worries.
Yeah, me being originally from the United States and whatnot, despite me being Filipino, I've actually confused a good amount of people from my accent and then like the colors that I don on me, right? So, yeah. So if anyone didn't knew, I was actually born and raised in the United States for up until I was 20. And then I moved to the Philippines for college, and well, here I am right now. So, yeah. Sorry about that little tangent there, Curie. Yeah,
no apologies for tangents. You're on my show. The whole premise is tangents, basically.
Unlike my sergeant over here. I was born in Singapore with dual citizenship. That's the irony.
Nice. I have dual citizenship too, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I had to give mine up back in 2017 after I voted in the elections.
Wait, what?
What?
You folded in the election? What do you mean?
I actually voted in the 2016 election.
Oh, voted.
That was, yeah. That was.
Okay. So you've in order for you to vote, you need to revoke one of your citizenships.
Oh, that's annoying.
No. No, I was still dual citizenship back in the day. The U.S. election came up then. I decided to cast my vote before giving up my American citizenship. And, well, that's what happened. I voted. I gave a big fat middle finger to the U.S. and I scrapped my American passport. And if I were to be on...
did it on your own accord?
Yeah, the thing is, Singapore law... You can either have one or the other.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's so weird either way.
In the Philippines, we actually have we're a lot more lenient to dual citizens like myself. So the only times where you would have to revoke your dual citizenship, let's just say my case, America and the Philippines. Let's just say in the Philippines, if I were to take up any jobs that it makes me a government official in the Philippines, I'll have to revoke my citizenship as an American. Or like in the military or something, if I enlist in the in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the AFP, I'll have to revoke my American citizenship. Now, it also works the same way in the U.S. Now, if I was any government worker for the United States, then I'll have to revoke my Philippine citizenship, and if I was in the U.S. military, I'll have to revoke my Philippine citizenship. But other than that, I can still be able to retain dual citizenship, in which means I enjoy the rights of both an American and Philippine citizen. And that's also that's also the reason why I went to the Philippines for college, basically because I want to enjoy the benefits of a normal Philippine citizen, at least legally, but also kind of retain my status, because you're also holding two passports, by the way. One being from America, which is a very powerful passport.
Oh, yeah.
Nowadays. And then Philippines, like something that is pretty good for most of Southeast Asia and whatnot. But aside from that, it also did help me out with like finances when I went into college, because being a dual citizen, educational institutions here in the Philippines are obligated to prioritize the Philippine citizenship first for a dual citizen.
Gotcha.
So if I were to come over here as a American citizen going into college and whatnot, I had to pay additional fees.
Oh, yeah, the whole foreign student thing. Yeah, just like here in Canada, the same thing, where it's like the tuition for a foreigner is like 3 times as much as local or something like that.
So that's the reason why I had to retain my dual citizenship as American Filipino, so that I would get the normal tuition fee of a normal Philippine citizen. And I've been retaining that status for the longest time. And I think I'll be keeping that once I finish up college here and I make it back stateside. So there's that. And I don't know. There's a lot of more benefits to being a dual citizen than having either or. No, but yeah, again, off on a tangent. But
hey, tangent's what we're all about, fam. Don't worry about it.
Sounds
Stop
very
apologizing for the nature of conversation.
Oh yeah,
it's allegedly tangible, sir.
Speaking about that, there's an astronomical amount of Filipinos in Canada too that has dual citizenship. Just so you know, I don't know if you experienced some, or if you had, if you had some Filipino friends over there in Canada.
I got tons of Filipino friends here, but I've never seen their passports.
Okay. Yeah, I could just pretty much run the notion that us Filipino folks are fucking everywhere. I'll tell you what.
That's true. And that's not a bad thing. Like, Filipino hospitality is some of the best in the world, honestly.
Oh, there's a lot of great things that Filipinos have not actually taken credit for. And like me being one person that knows a good amount of them, I just
understandably so.
I just remind some of the great things that Filipinos should be accredited to. At least, let's just say, I did tell this to Nyanko and a few others about this. Actually, this is very relevant to the 4th of July as well, Corey.
Yeah, like to me.
Did you know? I'll just say it again. Did you guys know that the 45 ACP and whatnot, God's given caliber, and the 1911... It's how Americans say it's God's given caliber. It's it won 2 world wars, whatnot. So American, you can't be more American than 1911 45 AZP. Okay, yeah. I can't smirk any more harder than I can humanly can as a Filipino who knows my shit about how the fuck that went down and whatnot. But me as a Filipino that knows how the 45 ACP went down and what Americans celebrated, or like meme off of that thing, and I can definitely tell from the Astronomical Americans that will definitely mention the 45 ACP God-given caliber and whatnot. As the Filipino that knows the story behind that shit, I'll just whisper in their ears, "You're welcome." So
yeah, the United States had to develop the 45 ACP to deal with the Filipino rebels back in the 1800s.
Angry Filipino tribesmen.
Yeah, 38 AC. Wait, 380? Yeah,
38. It's 38.
Yeah,
38 special. It literally is just 1 millimeter smaller than a 9 millimeter.
Interesting. Oddly specific.
Yep, just a smaller round, generally from a 9 millimeter. That's the standard cartridge for the U.S. Army back then, 1898.
That round didn't do jack shit.
It did not do jack shit for these angry Filipino tribesmen. I tell you what, fuck your little pea shooter 38. we run through barbed wire and still hack and slash.
Mate,
there
the original Doom Slayers.
There was actually accounted reports of these tribesmen that actually ran through the barbed wire and still were hacking and slashing. The standard pistol cartridge of the 38 Special did not do anything to these tribesmen at all. They took all 6 cylinders and still hack and slashed. But ultimately, the tribe was wiped out because the U.S. Army had to say that their pistols were useless and had to go with their Springfield 1903 bolt-action rifles and Winchester 1897 trench shotguns. in order to dispatch these tribes. Ultimately, it was in victory of the U.S. military at that time, was led by General Pershing at the time during the Philippine-American War.
Ooh, that guy.
And yep, and the insurrection at the time has became so traumatizing, so scary to American soldiers that General Pershing at the time, he actually wrote a letter to his wife back then that the incursion, the Filipino incursion was the most morbid and most brutal that he has seen in this campaign. That the tribesmen and the insurgents has seen this only as a mere incident. There was also accounts of U.S. soldiers seeing that these tribesmen have died with very malicious, maniacal smiles that is stuck with their face as they died, with blackened teeth and whatnot, because they took ceremonial drugs that made them invulnerable to pain, and that their joints were tightly wrapped to slow down bleeding. And also, the ceremonial drugs was almost like something like a Call of Duty war, Call of Duty kind of war adrenaline to them that makes these tribesmen go into a frenzy.
Kind of like the amphetamines the Germans took during World War II.
Yeah, so that's the thing. They cannot be able to feel pain, and these angry tribesmen, these angry Filipino tribesmen, literally was just nothing but war-driven.
The original juggernauts, basically.
Literally, like, you can think about, like, every unit. Let's say have a whole entire army of juggernauts.
Yeah.
Think about it that way. That is literally what the Philippine insurrection was back in 1898 when they were fighting against the U.S. Army at this time. You literally was fighting a whole army of juggernauts, except that they don't got mini guns or something. They got Chris's and whatnot, the ganuntings and machetes and even muzzle loaders, muskets.
That's amazing. What's up, Gary?
Wait, they had Chris's back then for the Philippines. Man, I thought it was Malaysian or Indonesian, Filipino.
That type of design of the blade, because Filipinos are more accustomed to one-handed blades, right? Like machetes. So they had Chris's that were they're more accustomed to those, especially with the tribesmen. There's a term for these tribal warriors. They're called the judamentados. And literally they could be roughly translated to oath takers and whatnot.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but again, off on a tangent about this thing. Eventually, a lot of the stuff, especially General Pershing, heard about the circumstances going on in the Philippine-American War, that they've dealt with an enemy that it's an enemy to be reckoned with and whatnot. And hence that also, I would say, scared the U.S. government to making a better firepower of their standardized pistol cartridge at the time. Hence, then came the birth of the 45 ACP, the God's given caliber, and then eventually later on in 1911 patented for the M1911 Colt and whatnot. That has been in gun history the longest servicing pistol in all of military history.
I was going to say, when did the M1911 come into service in 1911, or did it come in before that?
It came into service in 1911. It was patented in 1908, I believe. And then
how many revisions has that thing had?
Not much, believe it or not.
Okay.
It just had to go through field testing.
Surprise.
There was one prototype that I know about the 1911 before it released out as the 1911. And whatnot, but it was adopted by the U.S. military in 1911, and by our our Lord and Savior John Browning. God rest your soul. May you watch over us gun enthusiasts
through Iron Sights
and Filipinos too, because of course we're literally about 1911s and everything.
Yeah,
but yeah, there's also another thing to mention about the 1911 from Colt is that there is the engraving of the stallion, the horse,
the Colt.
Yeah. Believe it or not, there's a double meaning. There is a double meaning to that, and I don't know if you guys actually know this.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that the U.S. government, in order to benchmark the ballistic damage on flesh, is that they had to use it on stallions?
Interesting. I mean, I guess they didn't really have ballistic projectiles back then, or ballistic dummies back then.
Yeah, they don't have the ballistic gels or something that we see today in, like, some gun tubers that order these blocks of simulated flesh kind of
recently got a T-Rex head completed?
I think so,
yeah, it took like 2 years or something to make.
Wait, I don't think it's T-Rex. I think it was Garantham that actually got, or it could be administrative results. There's a lot of gun tubers that can easily get their hands on these ballistic gels and whatnot. But back then, at that time, the U.S. government actually had to bring up stallions.
Wow.
In order to benchmark the ballistic damage of the 45 ACP that is, at that time, to be field tested. The reason why, do you know the reason why they have stallions? Is because they couldn't be able to find anything close to the builds of the angry tribal Filipinos.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. In the experience of the U.S. military, these particular Filipinos that are in the more specifically in the southern regions, the southern islands of the Philippines, towards like Mindanao or I think Sulu or something. Yeah, these are more southern hemisphere of the Philippines. Tribes and warriors at that side of the Philippines, they were bigger built. They were more bulkier. They had much better build. They're more ferocious.
Yeah, kind of like the Maori in a way.
Yeah, you can say that. And so, in order for the U.S. military to actually benchmark proper ballistic damaging on tissue and whatnot, because they had in mind of the angry Filipinos, tribesmen that they fought against, the build of the stallion horse was their closest that they could be able to get to. But they don't usually. That was something that's never like put into the textbooks, or like that's just a kind of information that you'd have to dig around.
Yeah, off the record kind of thing.
Yeah. So the engraving of the stallion horse on the Colt 1911 and whatnot, that has double meaning. Basically, the government is saying that, like, we want a round that can be able to stop a horse, but under their breath, they're saying we need something to stop these angry Filipinos.
Yeah, I guess in that sense, you could say that. I guess I was gonna say the way they put it is Filipinos can take pride in the fact that they're built like a horse, and besides the way that most people would assume.
Well, I mean, those Filipinos back then,
those
guys, I wouldn't want to fuck with.
So I was thinking before, it was giving me the perfect opportunity to throw that out. Is if you encounter one of those angry Filipino warriors in close combat, you'd get your crisscrossed.
Yeah,
that pun, bruh.
I was saving it for a while. Not gonna lie.
You're literally going to end up as a crisscross.
Exactly.
Physically,
bruh.
Crisscross buns.
Did you know that we have a potato crisp treat called crisscross, and they literally like their potato shape is almost kind of like a bunch of hashtags meshed together, because it's called crisscross because the lines is of a crisscross. like
that makes sense.
A mesh of hashtags, kind of like that.
We have like Chex cereal, which is kind of like that, but it's a cereal as opposed to like a chip snack. But that makes sense. It's kind of like the you know those potato straws kind of thing. I assume kind of like that, but in like a hashtag shape or a pound sign shape.
We do have potato straws, actually. We have them in like old vintage cans as well. We're still selling them here in the Philippines.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah. The canisters are very retro, I'd say. Like, I don't know. It's like reminiscent like early 90s and whatnot. And yet I'm still seeing them at a 7-Eleven.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think I remember I bought, I have a can of like ketchup flavor. I can't remember what the hell I got them though, but it's like I didn't finish it.
Tomato-based flavoring?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Oh, I guess it was the Filipino section. It was probably just South Asian section of Walmart or something like that. But yeah, either way, how did we? No, I know how we got here, but it's like if you want to talk tangents, we just went from the history of the M1911. We went from taking down we went from taking down buff Filipino warriors to discussing potato straws.
Yeah, tactical FPS games to the history of the 1911 to potato straws. So yeah, we're definitely really good at tangents and whatnot, guys. Oh, and that was a tomato. Was that a fox and a duck? And then that's just a whole bunch of shit.
And you threw an ambulance at it.
I mean, hey, it's the most efficient way to. If you're gonna get injured by an ambulance, might as well get fixed up by one too, right?
Yeah, pretty much. One of your VIPs actually back. Who's that?
That is Nival Lanyon. That is formerly known as Exalted Blade. He was my main. He was my main teammate. The right word? Co-crab for when I was doing the Crab Champions Diamond Run early last year ago now. Holy shit! And then he jumped on with us with Risk of Rain 2. He tried to run with Radio Not with us for a little bit as well. But ultimately it was more suited for other kind of genres. But yeah, I've known him for a while. He's in the UK and he's picked up streaming himself a couple months back as well. And starting to build traction with that too. But yeah, he mainly runs. The problem is with my new schedule though. Like he was one of the people that I mainly played with on the weekends as well. Actually, no, weekdays. Sorry, back when I had my full weekday schedule. We played Crab Champs, Risk of Rain 2, and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, and the unfortunate thing is after I came back from hiatus and I was running on a more part-time basis. Unfortunately, my general collab times just don't line up with them anymore, unfortunately. Otherwise, unless you guys look like super early. But I'm still glad to see him either way. Always appreciate having people always appreciate having the people stick around, whether I'm actively engaged with them or not. So, and Underbreak is on holiday for the past 2 weeks, finally back. Hey, welcome back. Call an ambulance, but not for me. No, exactly. But Nival, it's good to see you back. Hope everything's been well with you. But that aside, potato straws. No. Yes. Last tangential, it was the M1911, and then Filipinos and Filipino warriors, and crisscross.
Well, I mean, again, we're good with tangents and whatnot. There's a lot of things that we have to talk about. But
Nival was asking what is up what we're talking about. How about give a quick recap for those who may be tuning in a bit later? What have we covered so far? If you want to just go over a quick summary.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No. Curie, can you be able to cover this? Because I also do need to go to the bathroom again. Yeah, I'll be right back.
So essentially, we covered the roles of the individual. We covered teamwork in relation to tactical FPS. We covered the intimacy involved between squad members. We covered individualistic tactical games like Call of Duty, Battlefield, in comparison to what's that called again? To a more military simulators, whether or not, etc.
Oh, yeah.
Things that prioritize the team over the individual.
Yeah, arcade versus proper tactical.
Yes, darling, exactly. And I think that's pretty much all we've covered thus far. Leadership styles a little. Covered the leadership styles a bit. But I think we would like to touch a little more on that as well, eh?
Absolutely.
But what we haven't done is we haven't covered the psychology behind why people get toxic over let's say an individualistic game.
True.
And why?
And I have a good segue for that as well when Louis is back, but we'll touch on that, like I said, when Louis is back. But we'll start with your point for now.
Our point?
The toxicity, the incentivization for toxicity in more individual-based gameplay.
Competition. It's essentially competition, right? And it's
competition within the team, basically.
Yes. I mean, whenever there's competition, and everyone is pretty much, how do I put it, on the same level.
Yeah.
Naturally, there'll be competition. But if it's get more towards individualism, that competition can become extremely toxic. That means you destroy anyone in order to get to the top. You stand up people.
Yeah, you'll sabotage your own teammates just to prevent them from getting a higher score than you.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
And it's the same in the VTubing community. But the one thing about the tactical VTuber community in comparison with the others, right? We are so niche that, right? Well, it's not just a niche part of things. You also tend to do things in terms of a team. Of course, we might have our own cliques, but we are also able to collaborate with other cliques without any issues. Of course, we may have our differences, but we tend to be more civilized apart from the other VTubers who are not part of this niche in particular. And the reason is there are a dime a dozen, right, VTubers out there.
Yeah.
Especially in terms of, what's it called again?
Especially cat girls.
Yeah.
That too, yeah.
Certain red cat that I know.
You'll get that melon pen one day, sir. Eventually. Allegedly.
I'm kind of doubting that.
Hey, got all these people wanting more, even if there's nothing available, right?
Yes, I do.
I suppose, allegedly.
Allegedly, anyway.
And one of the common tactics found in VTuber sabotage is slander. That means calling people pedophile, or let's say, that racist, bigot, all this. It's
Google
why do you
Docky.
want to do that?
Yeah, anything that needs a Google Doc post on Twitter, though. Yeah.
The thing about this is it's so toxic. They are also willing to destroy the individual's life, not just online, but also in the everyday life outside of streaming.
Yeah, like getting fired from a job and whatnot.
Yeah. These allegations are not light allegations. And a lot of them happen to be slander. And that is where the entire mental health crisis in the VTuber community came from. Heavy competition, toxic idiots, followed by slanderous remarks which you can technically sue for defamation. And that is where I actually encourage you, ladies and gentlemen. No. If anyone decides to pull this stunt, threaten them with legal action, it will shut them up. If not, hire a lawyer, get a cease and desist letter. That means you're playing business. I've done it once before. No one bothered me again. All right. So that's pretty much my advice in dealing with such idiots, because it's getting too far. That's what competition does. Basic psychology as well. I do apologize, but I think I had my say in that.
That makes sense. I'm just trying to think of what it was that I meant to bring up before Louis came back, because there was a point that I wanted to make that I specifically said I was going to wait till Louis came back for, and now I can't remember what it was. I know it's going to come back to me like 2 hours after this interview is over, before, like when I'm on my way to bed. I can't remember if it was in relation to the competition aspect of like non-tactical gameplay, because we've already discussed similar.
We went into a good amount on the influences or like the experiences of a tactical FPS compared to an arcade shooter.
Yeah.
Or whatnot. Let's see.
Kira, do you remember what the last thing you said was just after Louis went to the bathroom?
I spoke about
trying to jog my memory here.
No,
unfortunately, we can't do an instant replay of the stream here.
Maybe it has to do with tactical VTubers as a niche or something.
Yes, exactly. I talked about the VTuber, tactical VTuber niche. The lack of need for competition.
Before that,
we talked about potatoes.
in between then and in between, definitely in between then and
after the potato thing, because I did went to the bathroom after when we were talking about the
no worries. You asked me to recap the things we've talked about. I think that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I went to the bathroom. Then I told you to like recap as much as we could, and I came back. You were talking about tactical VTubers as a niche compared to like other places in the VTuber scenes and whatnot. And I feel that like that's a pretty good way to we can flow into that kind of regards, because I don't think we've actually touched on that the regards of tactical VTubers as a niche in the general VTubing scene. And the general consensus of something like that is the significant lack of drama that generates within the tactical VTubing community compared to like other a variety of VTubers or other places in the VTubing scene. As far as I'm tracking, and me being a tactical VTuber, I have not seen any animosity or drama coming up with tactical VTubers, and if there are, it's just very marginal. And if very marginal, then it's resolved a lot better compared to like other places I've seen in the VTuber.
Oh god, yeah. The more VTuber, individualistic game players.
Yeah. So I think like there may be a lot of factors that goes into why this is a thing. One I would probably want to say is probably maybe the Oh, I was about to say the games that usually tactical VTubers would be playing. I would say that
that is primarily the reason. And then we also have the notion of teamwork.
The camaraderie of the gameplay translates both inside and outside the game space itself.
Exactly. And not only that, even though we might have our own cliques within the tactical niche, our cliques are actually able to get along well with one another. So there are no...
We all speak a basically universal language.
Yeah, pretty much. And there's little to no drama between these cliques. Despite them having their own, how do I put it? Their own life and their own way of doing things. Yeah.
Of course, everyone's going to have their disagreements and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
And anyone that's in tactical VTubing sphere, yes, there are differences, but I see them to be a lot better handled and resolved amongst tactical VTubers compared to other like variety type VTubers or like any other kind VTubing groups, VTubing teams that doesn't really have that kind of element of camaraderie, structure, and whatnot. I would say it has to do with like the notion of like military lifestyle. I would say, if not for the aesthetics, also the essence in like the whole tactical kind of military stuff. Because a lot of things coming around in the tactical VTubing scene is pretty much the milsim audience, gun enthusiasts, military people, or military or tactical minded civilians and all that stuff. And like most kind of stuff in this kind of context, there's a sense of structure,
community,
control, community, community, camaraderie that comes into that. And like I would say that has became like that I would say that had to be a major component as to why there's a lot of structure, control, and a lot less of the usual drama that you would see outside of this sphere in the VTubing context. In which I'm glad that I became a tactical VTuber because, you know, it fits perfectly well with my mental process of steering clear of any kind of drama, any kind of animosity. Literally, me as an existing entity on the internet, I have arguably no enemies anywhere, and I would continue
except out on the battlefield.
So, well, yeah, I mean, any day to hunt a bad guy is a good day and whatnot.
Absolutely,
they will have the worst. They'll have the worst part of me.
And if you pair the two of us together, what do you think is going to happen?
Pure chaos.
They're just gonna have a straight up bad day.
Exactly.
As always, darling.
I did remember. I remembered one thing that I wanted to bring up. I can't remember if it is the thing that I want to bring up. What I might do really quickly, I think I know a way for us to kind of bring this back to the instant replay. If I throw us on a quick BRB, I'm gonna use the magic of television, or at least the magic of Twitch, to just see if I can grab the previous point and just kind of bounce it back into my memory. So if you guys are good with that, BRB for like 2 minutes so I can look back that.
Sounds good about.
Otherwise, it's gonna be one of those things where it's gonna be keep bugging me like until we're done, and I won't be able to like focus on the actual conversation. So hope you don't mind that.
No worries, darling.
Yeah, so stick around, chat. We'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Kicking off your workday with a fresh-baked feline frenzy.
You're watching and listening to Nyongo Bongo Dongo.
Now let's get this bread. Kicking off your workday with a fresh-baked feline frenzy.
You're watching and listening to Nyongo Bongo Dongo.
Now let's get this bread.
Hold on, Kira.
Welcome back, chat. Kira was serenading us with the BRB song the entire time that we were away. Actually, no, thankfully. So I tried to use the magic of instant replay of Twitch, but unfortunately I just realized that because I do not auto-publish my VODs, I cannot actually see the I cannot actually scrub back through the video that is currently being recorded as a result of that. However, I think I remembered one of the points that I was bringing up because I couldn't remember the source of it, but it sounded directly related to the time that it was being mentioned. But one of the things that I want to bring up in relation to the aspect of competition in the among teammates in some of the less tactical elements as well is that one of the things that we are primarily focused on in not just Sunday Squad general, but also from what I get in a lot of the tactical gameplay that both you and a lot of the other Sunday Squad members play outside of our regular sessions, is that in more of the like arcade shooter kind of thing, and also the more non-tactical but still military elements, kind of like Battlefield whatnot. A lot of the focus on that is in PvP gameplay, whereas a majority of what we play, especially in the hardcore tactical, is PvE. So I was wondering if maybe willing to elaborate a little bit more about that as well, and kind of in terms of why we do what we do, and in terms of who we do it with versus who we do it against.
All right, so in terms of like hardcore tactical FPS games in the PvE scene and in PvP, I will usually like to chalk down how people go about in playing that game with like the kind of behavior. So let's just say that in the usually I say this with people that that the behaviors in PvP is kind of like almost kind of like night and day. You're going to notice a little bit of a difference in player behavior between the PvP and PvE scene and whatnot. So I usually like to use Call of Duty as a benchmark example of that said supposed behavior. Why? Because usually in a game that is running like a PvP kind of context, there will be at one point that the player experience will usually go into like metas that
true
plays in a majority of the time, like in Call of Duty. Let's just say that players will behave in such a way that will eventually lead back to metas, and metas implying the best way, the min-maxing, the best output to playing a game versus playing the game how you like to play it and whatnot.
It becomes less about... Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Because I was going to say it becomes less about the strategy of playing the game itself and more about the strategy of exploiting the game's mechanics.
Yes, and also that is to be incorporated with like with how not incorporated. Basically, there are some games usually in the arcade FPS sphere that it's the best way to play the game, and that also translate that you'll have the best experience of playing the game. So like we're talking about like Call of Duty and whatnot, Rainbow Six Siege and whatnot. A lot of games, arcade FPS games, let's see, CSGO, Valorant, hero shooters, Overwatch,
Fortnite,
and whatnot. yeah, it's a Fortnite and whatnot, and
Mm-hmm.
a lot. I'd see the way how I see it. All roads are just going to go back into the meta regards.
Mm-hmm.
The best way to play the game is pretty much your best experience of playing the game.
Yeah.
And whatnot. And that's the reason why I kind of find it to be. That's why I made my transition from arcade FPS games to tactical FPS games, because I tell you what, just because that, everyone's going to do the same thing because they want the best experience from get best gameplay experience that they can get, and usually
they don't want to leave any capabilities on the table.
Yeah, and here's the thing: metas are usually what is the easily go-to thing for people to get the best experience of, an FPS game and whatnot. And that to me is pretty much boring, literally boring, because
when everyone's running the same gun,
yeah, the same gun, running the same strategy and whatnot. It's only less than a handful of people that I've seen is trying to do something different, and they enjoy doing that, despite it probably might not being the best way to go about on playing the game and whatnot. Though, but again, everyone has a freedom to play the game that they want, but it's just the thing. If you don't want to suffer a lot, or not have a bad experience of the game, the usually the go-to thing is playing by the metas, and I actually find that rather annoying, and literally not making much diversity in playing a game the way how you want to. You can, but you're just gonna get punished a lot for it.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you're doing proper, like when you're doing proper technique, and then somebody just comes in with whatever big fucking gun is gonna get them easy victory kind of thing or whatever. I do have a kind of if I might touch on that a bit as well. It does remind me of not remind me, but it does make me think of how in the PvP scene.
And also
when people
competitive scene is what you were asking originally, right?
Esports,
right? So think about
it wasn't necessarily competitive scene. Yeah, that too. No, you can go ahead. You can touch on that.
So yeah, you originally asking about competitiveness, not just. I just added the competitive scene and whatnot, though. But what you're going on about is the competitive nature. Majority of the times, the competitive nature, or people who likes to be competitive, they will have to cater to metas the most. They are actually the people playing competitive modes and whatnot, and playing in a competitive kind of way. They are the kind of people that caters to metas the most compared to most other players. In which I would find that to be boring, because in order for them to come out on top, to gain a victory in the most effective way and whatnot, is usually going by what is meta at the time of the state of the game. But to me, that is very boring.
Yeah, because they're mainly focused on the highest outcome. Yeah, go ahead. They're mainly focused. Sorry.
No,
I was gonna say they're mainly focused. Oh, sorry, I wasn't saying.
You first, White Cat.
Okay. Sorry. No, I got a few points. You go first.
All right. So essentially, boring is an understatement, darling. It's not supposed to be boring. It's supposed to be less use of brain power.
Yeah.
They want laziness. They want to cheat. They essentially want a shortcut to win.
Yeah.
No one likes to work, right? And that is also basic human psychology. No one likes to work, even though we're programmed for challenge. And that is why they also go for meta, like you mentioned, Louis. They want to win. If they're competitive, they take the easy way out. No brains required.
But I'm going to, hold on a second. I'm also going to give respects to them well, actually, the way how metas actually come about. Now, mind you,
Yes.
I'm not going to say that playing a game by the metas makes you a bad player or it's anything bad and whatnot.
Yes, I agree
Now,
with you.
the notion that playing the game in the most efficient and best way possible, think about how long it takes and the efforts for people to actually find that to, to be a thing in games. Now, I can respect them for that and whatnot, but I don't really respect the fact for people to insist that you must play the game in accordance to these metas. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time with the game. If there's only one way to play the game, but yet they give you so much diversity of choice, like characters and weapons and whatnot, then what is the point in having so much of those options if you in order for you to enjoy this game, you must abide by this meta, which means you need to most of the time you'll need to play by this character, of this strategy, of this weapon and whatnot. Then what's the point in actually having all these other selections and these other options available to you?
Because you pick literally anything else, you're automatically at a disadvantage.
Mate.
Or at least some people that literally is just catering to metas and whatnot, especially with the people of the competitive nature, and something like that also brings out animosity and toxicity. And whatnot. And hence the reason why I never touch anything of the competitive modes in any games. Like, for example, Team Fortress 2 is one of the longest staying games in my whole entire library. Believe it or not, I do play tactical FPS games a lot though, but believe it or not, the one FPS game in my Steam library that racks up more hours than any other game is actually Team Fortress 2. Yeah, believe it or not, my account of Team Fortress 2 is dated all the way back to 2008.
Damn.
Back when you actually had to pay to buy in order to play Team Fortress 2.
That was long before it became free to play. That was when I graduated high school. Holy shit.
Yep. And so here's the weird thing about that. At one point, there is competitive available in Team Fortress 2, which is to this day to me is a total head scratcher. Because I never seen the whole entirety context of Team Fortress 2 to ever be anything of the competitive kind of side to it.
Though
I know that there is it's a class-based shooter.
Yeah.
And whatnot. Everyone played their roles, and everyone has their levels of efficiency with playing these roles and whatnot. So, yeah, in the kind of competitive nature and whatnot, ironically, that this is considered to be an arcade shooter, team-based class-based arcade shooter, because this was released way, way, way back before hero shooters was classified as a category of FPS.
Exactly. Team Fortress 2 walked so that games like Overwatch could run.
I think arguably people, this is pretty much a fact though, but let's be real. Overwatch is just running off the same formula as Team Fortress 2. Or basically, like any kind of team or class-based shooter. So let's just go back to the time before hero shooter was officially a name for a category of team-based FPS. Before that, we have the class-based shooters, in which that's where Team Fortress 2, Team Fortress Classic was a thing.
Right, because it's not specific characters, it's just specific classes. Like how in Overwatch you have, like Mercy and, well, whoever the fuck, I don't know the characters, but yeah, instead of, have Soldier and Medic and Sniper and things like that.
Yeah. So hero-based shooters, they're basically catering to the individual.
Happy Friday to you.
They're now like they are categorized to a class.
Hope you had a good
shooter,
sleep.
but that is not the forefront. That is not the explicit or not explicit. That is not the notable detail about these individual characters. What is notable detail about them is their capabilities as an individual. Mercy can be able to heal you while being mobile, literally your mobile dispenser. Translating that back to the engineer who is able to move buildings like the dispensers in strategic positions and whatnot. Soldier is your stereotypical COD style hero, going around shooting and whatnot. The sprinting, shooting, utilizing all that is what of the COD formula and whatnot. Reinhardt, your shielder.
Yeah,
and whatnot. He has his own abilities and whatnot. Well, or literally being that the tank, the guy that's at the forefront or is at the front lines, taking all the damage and all that stuff. Hero shooters have typically emphasize the capabilities of each individual and not necessarily multiple people within a class and whatnot. Now, the mercs of Team Fortress 2 separated into 3 different classes: offensive, defense, and support and whatnot. Despite them also having their own individual capabilities and equipment and whatnot, they are not explicitly like their own capabilities are not as explicitly or how do I say? They're not emphasized too much on their individual capabilities like how Overwatch is as a hero shooter. So, yeah, again, it's a little bit of a subtle detail though, but like that is one detail that kinda is kind of characteristic between a class-based shooter and hero shooter.
That makes sense, right. And I appreciate clarification on that.
Yeah. Let's see. Now, catering to the competitiveness in nature that you're originally asking. So, right. It's back to the metas and back to the night and day notion of PvP versus PvE and whatnot. PvP, you'll mostly see people observing like the COD-like arcade shooter kind of behavior because you're dealing with players that also knows, the same kind of maybe metas or like they're very good in playing in a certain way and whatnot. Unlike NPCs that are programmed to play within the context of the game and whatnot, in which you can get away with a lot of things in the PvE scene and whatnot, because NPCs are not going to necessarily react in the same way as players would.
Yeah, that was actually one of the points I was going to touch on. Yes, because because it makes sense in terms of the PvE to PvP distinction. In that at least on the PvP side of things, like sure you can set up a game any way you want, but that doesn't mean that you're going to get players operating the way that the game was intended to be played. Especially when you get things like, let's say Gray Zone or Active Matter, for example. Gray Zone in PvP mode. I haven't played Gray Zone PvP mode, so I don't know firsthand. But like when you get to let's say you get the crowd coming in from Ground Branch and Incursion side like us coming into Gray Zone, and then in contrast you also get people from Call of Duty coming into Gray Zone. They're gonna get two completely different play styles in the same environment. Especially when you have people that are on the other side of things trying to, like you said before, not even following the proper tactical strategy, but going for more of the min-max meta, or even just being dicks in general, because, some of them could be just, kids in high school or whatever the fuck. You're going to get a lot less you're going to get a lot more variation in, how you're going to have to plan to react to certain people who are doing things that are completely unexpected from the standard of what is expected to be out of the game. Whereas in the PvE side of things, NPCs especially are, they're more predictable in the sense that you can expect them to behave in the way that the game was intended for you to engage them in, which is like, proper tactical strategy, proper flow, and proper planning, in terms of execution and how they react to it. That's kind of my perspective, and that's how, and how that, which makes sense as to why we do more PvE stuff.
Yeah. So usually, the behaviors in the PvE and PvP scene is almost kind of like night and day and whatnot. The behaviors of players you're going to notice like the behaviors to be very different. And whatnot. Let's say like your engagement on another player is going to incorporate a different behavior than engaging on an NPC. Let's just say, let's take Gray Zone Warfare, for example. I've seen PvP play in Gray Zone Warfare before. And so I can be able to confirm that your experiences engaging with other players is entirely different than engaging with NPCs. Let's just say let's say you shoot an NPC. He already has a made animation to react to that trauma to the shot that you placed on him, right? You shoot him in the leg, he's going to stagger a little bit, he's going to react to it. Unlike a player who will have a very more subtle animation, but it still gives full control for the player, enough control for them to sprint to cover, and then reevaluate, re-engage up on you, and then there you go. You got your PvP fight and whatnot. Players are going... the fact that the mechanics in the game allows for PvP players to observe a different kind of behavior and whatnot compared to PvE kind of shows different characteristics of behavior in playing the game and whatnot. And I would say that in PvP, it's kind of let's see. PvE kind of gives a lot more way to immersion, let's just say.
It definitely.
And then in the PvP scene, we can have to more faster, high octane combat, but within the limited parameters of playing Gray Zone Warfare, without it being a bad experience and whatnot, right? So again, the contrast between PvP and PvE is pretty much the behavior of players between two of the scenes, basically, in which I would say PvE makes it more better for immersion.
Individualistic? Oh, sorry, no, other way around, my bad. I thought you were saying PvP. I got it mixed
more
up.
Immersion and whatnot.
Yeah.
PvP.
PvP is more individualistic, whereas PvE is immersion. Yeah.
If we're talking about Gray Zone Warfare, I would say no, not really. I would not say it appeals more to individualistic kind of stuff, because it's not advisable to attack an objective by yourself if you know that you're outnumbered. Now, mind you, that's kind of a thing in tactical FPS games or milsims that try to go about an objective on your own is going to be a lot more hectic.
You're going full Rambo.
Yeah, and sometimes that could also be considered as rushing to your death and whatnot. Again, 100%. There's a reason why the mechanics of the game has catered to a level of realism, so as to encourage teamwork, not just like to encourage teamwork. You're gonna go in there. If you're capable of dealing with multiple other players and whatnot. Okay, more power to you, though. Again, I'm not going to everyone has their own level of skill and whatnot, but the general consensus is that it's better to go tackle an objective with people or with your teammates.
And
that's certainly like. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Oh no, I was going to tack on to that.
Yeah.
No, you want to finish your point first?
So yeah, I would say like in the context of GZW, even in the PvP modes, individualism in the game is kind of something you probably might want to leave at the door.
Yeah.
And whatnot, because also the community of Gray Zone Warfare is by far the best chill, professional, amazing community that I've seen in tactical FPS scene. And arguably out of every other title that's in the tactical FPS genre.
Yeah.
I would say that Gray Zone Warfare, I would have to confirm as a person that plays tactical FPS games all the time. Teamwork and interaction, collaboration, communication with players in that game, in both the PvP and PvE scene, has become the most organic I have ever seen in the entire market, or in the entire industry. And I do have to give major respects to the dev team of Madfinger Games, and even one of our tactical VTubing friends who's here in the Sunday Squad as well, Ricky Saris. Shout out to her, who is also one of the back-end devs of the game and whatnot, to bring about arguably the best tactical FPS experience that the market could probably have. Now, despite the game's optimization and some janks and whatnot, that's to be expected, especially if it's in early access. But the development of the game has become the most sincere that I've seen in the whole entire industry, that I can highly recommend Gray Zone Warfare to be the best, arguably the best tactical FPS experience in the market or in the industry at this time. And I look forward to seeing more things about it. To add on to that, I believe that the Sunday Squad has actually had the most enjoyment out of our sessions in Gray Zone Warfare, the most compared to a lot of the other titles that we put into our circulation. And of course, I am looking forward to tomorrow to playing some more Gray Zone Warfare and whatnot. So yeah, again, mad respects to Madfinger Games. That
hey, Dizzy, thanks for popping in. Good to see you as well. Happy Friday to you.
Amazing tactical FPS games that the Sunday Squad has had the most enjoyment thus far.
Like, honestly, I find Gray Zone is kind of the most, I don't necessarily, I mean, they're ironic of calling a war game peaceful, but it's one of the most, like, you can kind of just jump into it without a second thought, really, and it's just like, you're kind of, I don't know, it's just a very, like, welcoming environment, despite how hostile it is at the same time. Not hostile in terms of, like, the actual, like, gameplay or community, but just in terms of, what you're up against. But it's just like, it's just like, I don't know, it's just like a very, like...
There are times where you'll find some peaceful moments and whatnot. Let's just say that, like, because the game introduced cops and whatnot, combat outposts, that means that players can be able to stay out in the field a lot longer than just constantly finishing a job and then going back to the LZ back to the main base, right?
Yeah.
So because of that allowed players to be out in the field and explore more of the islands of Lemang. And let's just say that if we're hiking from one objective to another, and we had to go about several kilometers.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I probably might not want to use kilometers and whatnot, because Americans might get confused about what a fucking kilometer is.
We ain't using freedom units on the 4th of July?
I am sorry, my fellow Americans.
What the fuck is a kilometer? Exactly.
I'm back. Wait, what is this?
Yeah, Daisy's been getting into tactical as well. Apparently, they said. Yeah, Daisy's one of my more general VTubing friends, and I think we still have actually yet to do something together, but it depends on the time though. But glad to hear you getting into the tac stuff as well. Yeah, I did just want to touch on that too. For a side point, is the scenery in Gray Zone is fucking beautiful. It's just like, remember like what people thought, like, you know, when Crysis first came out, like the and how people were comparing it to like how realistic it was to like IRL landmarks at that point. And it's like nowadays Crysis looks like shit, but it's like Gray Zone now is like, you look great. It's even on like, you know, even if you can't run on the highest settings, it's just, it is literally one big map. It's all continuous, no loading screens whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
it's like,
Dizzy.
I apologize. I was actually taking a nuke on the toilet. What's going on here?
Oh, so we were talking PvP versus PvE, and now we're kind of just diving. We're expanding a bit more on the Gray Zone topic specifically.
Sora, I can.
Yeah, Dizzy. In Gray Zone Warfare, the island Lemang is one big map, and it's also a persistent open world and whatnot. So let's just say it's not like the extraction shooter formula that you see Escape from Tarkov. You can finish a mission and then you can extract out to landing zones where you get picked up via a helicopter or what we call a little bird and whatnot. And then
I call it the taxi.
You will ride, you can call it the air taxi and whatnot, and you'll be riding that back to your base. But despite you riding the little bird back to base, everything on the map is still going about in real time, right? So that's what makes it persistent, in which that's what makes it different from Escape from Tarkov and whatnot. Because usually Escape from Tarkov is that you load into a map, you do your task, you loot, kill people,
hey, Dream's
kill
that's
other
as well. Good to see. Happy
kill
Friday.
scabs, and then you go to these designated extraction places, and then there you go. That's the end of your session.
Yeah,
And
you
then
load
you
in,
go
do your thing, load out, go back to lobby, whatnot, and lather, rinse, repeat.
Yeah, Dizzy. It would just repeat, and or it would just reset and whatnot. So Gray Zone Warfare has actually veered from that usual extraction shooter formula. When it made the persistent world mechanic and whatnot. And so with the new updates that came out for Gray Zone Warfare, initially in the earlier days of Gray Zone Warfare, people still see the game to be much like Escape from Tarkov.
Hell
But
yeah,
then
Dizzy, I'd
the
love to have you jump in with us.
later builds of the game has now become it to be more of a milsim than anything else. Is that hybrid between DayZ and Ghost Recon Wildlands, where it is an open world and it is persistent. Everything is going to happen at real time. The NPCs will respawn at a given time threshold and whatnot. But that again, if you return back to base, the world around you on Lemang is going to still keep doing what it's doing at real time.
It's kind of like the Los Santos of Laos.
Yeah, you can kind of say that, basically.
Yeah, I did want to touch on that as well. Let
me choose.
Sorry?
Sorry.
You're just reading chat. I did want to touch on that point as well in terms of the community element of Gray Zone as well. Is touching back kind of just to come full circle from the point of Battlefield 1 with the entire team rushing the charging from the trench. I'm reminded of that that one instance where we played where us and like two separate squads all ended up storming the gas station at the same time, just out of pure coincidence. Not pure coincidence, but like we just kind of happened to come together and we became a unified force, despite the fact that, you know, we all had our separate squads and our separate kind of instructions.
Yeah, I think it's like even though that there wasn't really much of a structured kind of coordination going on, there are moments where players will coordinate with each other just only momentarily and whatnot, right? And I feel it is kind of a shared experience that is kind of in the moment. And that is something more typical in arcade style FPS games. I also have experienced like it becoming like a moment that should be shared on social media, like funny shorts.
Oh yeah,
and whatnot. Even in Team Fortress 2, I've experienced something like that where players have interacted in such a way that led to like cooperation with other players that shows the more human aspects of games and the interactiveness of players
and a good weekend to you
and whatnot. Again, that whole thing that I did with Battlefield 1 and whatnot, I did not knew that these other squads were just rounded up there at a deadlock with the other players on the objective that we had to capture and whatnot. And mind you, I was the only team leader in my squad that was using the in-game call out and whatnot, the in-game social thing. Your character is going to shout something out in-game, right? So, yeah, I did not know that was going to happen. I was just actually issuing in order to my squad specifically that I highlighted this point that we had to capture, and then I know that below the team leaders, they're going to blow hitting the go command from the team leaders. It's going to make a loud enough whistle to be heard close to you.
Yeah.
Right? And that's also going to be heard from other players that are from different squads. So I don't know exactly what happened. It probably may have been good timing or something, but there at the moment that I issued a command that we have to storm this, we have to storm this objective. And then I just I just hit the go command. That whistle somehow initiated, it somehow sparked a collaboration or a cooperation with other players. And now it's not just only seeing my squad going up and over to assault. I'm looking to my left and right, and now I'm seeing all these other squads coming up and over, and it was like a full-on charge of 20 plus players. It was nuts, and it was so awesome. It was cinematic. It's like something out of a war movie. But the best part of that is that we cooperated with other players. That was at that short moment, that was a shared experience.
And there you go.
Yeah. And I really do like stuff. I really do like moments like that. Only that's mostly in the tactical FPS scene that I usually like. But very rare, mostly in Battlefield, but like in a lot of our other arcade FPS games, I very rarely see that being a thing.
Oh, definitely. And I do want to touch on that point too before we round up, because I also know we're at the noon hour where I am, so I don't have that much more time left myself. But I did just want to touch on the based on like the whole PvP competitive thing, in terms of like how people play the gameplay of that, not even in terms of like esports, but also just more in terms of being like points driven and whatnot, statistics driven versus, experience driven. Now, one of the big differences as well between, hardcore tactical FPS and, arcade FPS is, sure in arcade FPS, you have your rankings and whatnot, depending on the end of the level, might have ranking for first, second, third, and, MVP and whatnot on each team. But on the hardcore side of things, where it's primarily like I said, well, the whole premise of where it's primarily team focused. No, there's no ranking for like how good of a teammate you are, because it's about the ability of the team to execute the mission. So like there's a big dichotomy in terms of approach to that, both in terms of the team-based individualism on the arcade side compared to the team-based cooperation on the hardcore FPS side, where I think like that's where you get the whole culture clash of when people from Call of Duty type games try and think that they can use that same strategy in more hardcore FPS games kind of thing. And I think there's a difference in mindset, especially what they're driven in. Because like I said, there's no rank on how good of a teammate you are. Aside from healing people and whatnot, but it's like there's just no way to rank like definitively in terms of statistics, like how well you operate in a team versus in like an arcade shooter kind of thing. And that is one point I want to make in terms of that, in terms of how I kind of see like the culture difference.
Yeah, so player level and player skill and whatnot is something that I know ranking or in-game ranking can't really
translate.
Can't really translate much and whatnot. In which I seen that more in the tactical FPS scene. That ranking is not going to mean much compared to what the how efficient the individual is able to perform in the role and whatnot. You can have a person that is a lot lower ranking than the sergeant, commander or something though, but if they're very good at what they're doing, that speaks over ranking and whatnot, in which I usually subscribe to the notion that rank doesn't mean anything to me, as long as you can be able to perform efficiently, effectively, and the best that you can within your role. And I know Curie can also vouch for that as well in the games that he plays.
Mate, experience matters more than rank.
Definitely.
And not only that,
because the rank is just a statistic generated number, whereas experiences can't be measured in numericals.
Not only that, you also need a good team on your side in order to make things work. You may have the rank, you may have all the experience, but whether or not people follow through with whatever you're dishing out to them, that's a different story as well.
Exactly.
It takes two hands to clap. And sure. Do you remember during my earlier days in Hell Let Loose? I was like, what? Basic sergeant in terms of rank. When as commander. At the time, all the Hell Let Loose veterans were still there. So it was kind of GG even game.
Yeah.
Unbeknownst to me, I was going up against a major. And my team cleaned house. All the way back. Back it.
Nice.
I'm sorry. Had to. It was the most satisfying experience I've ever had, man. And people in the chat were going nuts. Hey, rank really doesn't matter. What did you think?
Nice. You see what I mean?
So, there's also, like... I say that, like, I can also make an example of my time playing Tactical Assault VR or, like, any tactical FPS game, tactical VR FPS game. But I would have to say, like, my best experience of that notion is also in Tactical Assault VR. Now, usually, whenever I play that game, I'm always dropping into the crossplay lobbies and whatnot.
Yeah.
The crossplay lobbies in Tactical Assault VR are again, lobbies that allows for platforms to play in the same lobbies, being that PC VR players and MetaQuest players.
Yeah.
Majority of the cross-play lobbies are populated by the MetaQuest users, and what is usually in that what is usually in the MetaQuest scene, because of how cheap and easily accessible of that, are children and whatnot.
Of course.
Yes, and that's also another reason why that the VR scene is densely populated with children and whatnot, because the MetaQuest is so easily accessible and cheap to get. But that is not the point. What I'm saying is that my experience in the crossplay lobbies dealing with randos in these crossplay lobbies, in trying to play the game correctly, or like in an immersive way, or like how it's supposed to be played.
Hey, Rocky.
I am
Thanks for popping in. Happy
usually
Friday
what I
to you,
like to
homie.
call myself as the silent professional. Now,
Good to
when
see you,
I
always.
see that there's a person that is kind of very authoritative, or like to make themselves the person that calls the shots and
They
whatnot,
take charge by
and
force, basically.
not exactly by force, but
Well, maybe
just
not
the
by
way
force,
how
yeah.
they're able to catch the attention of people
Yeah.
and whatnot. So, I allow them to do that, and if I play with them, so essentially, it's me keeping an open mind, an open head to what they're doing. There's some people that actually did, is good at getting the attention of everyone in the lobby, and actually playing the game how it's supposed to be, like briefing, formulating a plan on how to tackle an objective and whatnot. So that's fine. I'll keep my mouth shut, and I'm just literally that one, team player that, will do what they're tasked or what they're instructed to and whatnot. But like, if they're just going about and just dicking around and things are not getting
Barking
anywhere,
orders for the sake of doing it, yeah.
Yeah, and whatnot, I think, and if I notice that like the whole entire vibe of the room is saying that we're not really having fun with this guy, this host,
Yeah.
he's kind of a dick and whatnot, okay, that's when I start to act up with a little bit more leadership, let's just say. So with something like that, I kind of creep up with,
Speaking of orders, you're a good boy for
things
popping
like
in, Rocky.
having a structure and whatnot, right? Saying that, like, okay, since we're going to be working with this kind of mission, and our an initial team leader is kind of occupied with his own head and whatnot, I can say, I can say for you guys that we could be able to tackle the objective in this way. We'll split the elements. You'll be of this element. You guys are going to be working down to this sector, and then the rest of the main force will be working on this kind of sector. And then, like, I without me being obvious that I know a lot more than the guy and whatnot, I like to kind of make myself, without just like sandbagging the guy, right?
Yeah.
Or showing any kind of disrespect or anything.
Yeah.
And whatnot. That's the reason why I like to call myself the silent professional, because I will play along with the guy if he has more attention of everyone in the lobby. But if things are not going well, and like things are losing structure, and people are not enjoying the experience from that, that's when I will come in taking a little bit more of a leadership without being a dickhead about it and whatnot. And then eventually people will find me to be that one player that they would entrust, they would see leadership in. But I've done that all the more so without, sandbagging the initial person that was supposed to take charge and whatnot. Hence, the name, the silent professional.
It's kind of a no, go ahead, sorry.
there's one more thing I forgot to mention
Hi.
here. With these kiddies playing these tactical games, you're bound to have a lot of conflict involved.
It takes a lot of patience, especially when you have to deal with the youngins.
Yep.
I remember doing one
Dang
of
kids and their Quest headsets and lack of parental supervision.
Is outrageously surprised. He is outrageously surprised of how I have that kind of patience with children, especially in Tactical Assault VR specifically.
I was going to say, how many new things did you learn about your mother by people that are half your age?
Lots of things, and also things that seems to be rather fantasy, if I were to be honest with you.
Oh my.
The darnest things that kids think of nowadays to make themselves sound like they know a thing or two about life.
Right.
But since you mentioned fantasy, darling, one moment.
Oh, no. I don't like where this is going. Oh.
By the way, what is Rokisha? Oh my god, Kiori.
I mean, why not, eh? Let's go.
All right.
No.
The shit this guy has to put up with.
Oh, I mean, that is why I'm technically the second in command. I get the job done and I piss off my superior.
Oh, yeah, you stole me one head, by the way.
You get the job done, but you're a brat about it, of course. Speaking of which, hi, Rikishi.
I was kind of wondering what Rikishi was going on about throwing out the word daddy in chat. Was
one of our resident cat boys.
So, I still remember on one
of our resident friendly cat boys.
Oh my.
I had to wait. I'm kind of backlogging a little bit on the chat. I missed something that Apple said.
Tactical FPS games have classes like Rifleman, Marksman, Demolition, Auto Machine Gunner. Is that the one?
Yes. Actually, I would say yes, of course. Tactical FPS games should have roles and whatnot. That's what makes the game.
Like 6
that's
Days
what
has
makes
that.
games more. Yeah. Even though it's not that much, that's basically a role to play and whatnot, in which a lot of tactical FPS games have. When you play a role, it opens way to more tactics and whatnot. Like even in Hell Let Loose with Kiori and whatnot, there are classes there. In other words, roles. The engineer, the machine gunner, auto rifleman, even the tank crew, the sniper recon units. I mentioned engineer, right? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Even to the basic rifleman and whatnot. All the roles are running. All the roles are working their, specific purposes and whatnot. While at the individual level, they are doing their purpose, their roles and whatnot. Considering all of them together as a collective effort is that of a team effort and whatnot. So it's like a hierarchy. It's like a hierarchy of relevancy of all the players in the team. Each and every single player has their roles. Riflemen, engineers, machine gunners, auto riflemen, medics, and whatnot. All of them are serving a purpose and role, ultimately for the team effort.
Yes.
And whatnot.
And not only that, right? In Hell Let Loose, sometimes you have to get your squad mates to choose certain roles. Or not, they will not do anything about it.
Good to see you, homie. Thanks for popping in. Happy Friday to you. Happy 4th of July. Hell yeah, brother.
Usually what happens in Hell Let Loose, they would go for all the roles that are so-called open air quote meta.
Exactly.
Not really meta per se, but open air quotes.
Yeah.
But For me, I ensure my squad has a solid mix of an anti-tanker, a medic, machine gunner. Those three are primary for me, especially with the way I play Hell Let Loose. So let's say about going on assault recon 6-man team. I would ensure I have a machine gunner, anti-tanker, support guy with extra explosive munitions and ammunition, a medic, and well, whatever the hell the rest wants to use. We do things very slowly.
You basically
come out with those loadout. But let's say if we're on defense, I prioritize medic, machine gunner, anti-tank, and what's the other one? Engineer. That's for me. Then whatever the hell the rest of you want to use, feel free to do so. Different tactics calls for different loadouts.
Of course.
I think I do apologize if I went off on a tangent there.
No,
that's exactly what we're talking
like I said,
about.
don't apologize for tangents while you're in my presence.
It wasn't really a tangent. It's exactly what we're talking about. Again,
the
fact that there are many different roles to play in tactical FPS games and milsims and whatnot. Everyone is playing a role and whatnot, and ultimately that is to a team effort and whatnot, right?
Yep.
Especially in Battlefield-style games, Rokishi plays. That is true. Actually, I can refer back to Battlefield 1 again. Gunner, support, the support roles, assaulters, medics, marksmen, and whatnot. All those classes, they have a role to play and whatnot. And not to elaborate too much on like player skills and whatnot, because player skills vary. That just goes into subjective territory and whatnot with what class a player mains and whatnot. We're just going off of the notion that each role serves a different purpose and whatnot, and as a collective kind of things, all these individual roles will equate to the overall effectiveness of the team as a whole, provided that the team observes some level of cooperation with each other. Now it's more of a higher level of cooperation, coordination, communication in tactical FPS games and whatnot. Like let's go more CQB environments and whatnot. Let's say Ready or Not. In Ready or Not, in the way how I see it, there are different roles, even though they're not explicitly said. Your roles are based on what
Alex, you're the same person that I do, actually.
Set your loadout
I'm more for support person myself, too.
And whatnot. That is something to be communicated amongst the team members and whatnot, right? So let's just say, for me, since people appoint me to be the team leader, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So team leading element in a small fire team unit, SWAT, in a SWAT unit. As a team leader, I always want to make sure that I have the most information. I have all the information I can be able to work with, and I place myself in the stack where I can be able to see majority of the situation, my team, where we are placed, the situation currently at. I have my ATAC with me. What's the progress? All these information that's available to me as team leader to make the best tactical decision making for the rest of my team and whatnot, to make the best output,
I think you're
right? So
thinking more of arcade.
How does that translate to the kit I run?
Yeah.
So there you go. There's a tactical aspect to that. A kit that I would usually typically run is that anything that is like the same as an assaulter kit and whatnot. So like I can have an short SBR, short barreled rifle, maybe Mark 18, your standard stuff that I would have for for an assaulter and whatnot. Maybe I would carry less magazines and then utilize the slots available to me for more like tactical based equipment and whatnot. Maybe flashbangs, throwables, deployables, and all that stuff. My long tactical. What would be my usual long tactical as a team leader? It would be the mirror gun. Because the mirror gun allows me to look into a room and gather the most information that I can be able to get, and thus I can be able to communicate that with the rest of my team. And thus, like as a team leader, I can be able to make the best tactical decision making based on what information I gather from the mirror gun.
Definitely.
Let's see.
I almost never approach. I was gonna say I pretty much never open a door unless I've mirror gunned it first.
Yeah. So, let's see, another role, maybe a dedicated breacher and whatnot. What kind of kit is fit for a breacher? Since they're the ones that ramming. Ramming or even shotgun. That's in terms of long tactical and whatnot.
Ramming and blasting.
But sometimes, a breacher is going to be sometimes they can be the first in, depending on the flow of the stack and whatnot. But if they're first in, you always want to orientate your kit to have yourself efficiently engage with suspects that might be within kissing distance with you. You're the first to go in and whatnot, right? And like again, even in military and whatnot, a lot of my friends are in the military, or anyone that has ever gotten the pucker factor of being a point man in any kind of real world operation and whatnot.
Speaking of tangents, we're going off an interesting direction now. Kissing distance, pucker factor. I see.
Kiori, you kind of brought it forth a little bit further, but again, pucker factor is just it's another military term for a situation that you would not want to get yourself in. A very dangerous situation that means life and death. But other than that, again, the pointman has everything to worry about and whatnot, and you want to orientate your kit for something like that, especially if we're breaching and whatnot. Again, even if in tactical FPS games like Ready or Not, even though your role is not explicitly categorized in the game or on the menu, you can be able to orientate your loadout and your kit, and that pretty much defines your role in a fire team. Like in the example that I told you, So
you do need to play that, Rookie.
I do like that kind of. I do kind of like that significance of roles. In an FPS game. More so in tactical FPS. But I say that roles in arcade shooters and whatnot has been a lot more simplified and whatnot. And also regarding like
be the medic, heal the tank, win the game, done. Hi, Kiori.
Yeah, that could be a thing. It's like if someone's just really good at maining a certain class or something, a certain role, then they can just pretty much, because of how good they are at maining this type of role and whatnot, they can probably just do the same effort that a team can be able to do. Right? So, yeah.
Exactly.
I just kind of like the notion that... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to segue on the way out, but you go first.
Yeah. Okay. So the fact that tactical FPS games has made way for roles and whatnot in where it encourages teamwork. So on the notion that roles and teamwork plays
Makes sense.
is that a role sometimes might not be able to be efficient without the role of another, right?
I agree.
True.
Yeah, sometimes a role is strong in one in one regards, but it's easily supplemented or complemented with the function and role of
Tank class
another
sport, hell yeah.
and whatnot, and that encourages teamwork and whatnot. Where one literally is the notion that one or two is better than one, where one accommodates for the shortcomings of another.
That makes two of us, Alex. Right? Yeah. Especially with the specific operation, like I was going to say, like a medic and a engineer and a tank. Like, you know, the medic engineer goes to repair the tank, gets hurt, medic wraps him back up, vice versa, then kind of get a full circle out of that.
Oh yeah, just like in Team Fortress 2, the most common notion of something like that is the medic heavy
DPS
combo.
and DPS. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I was getting the notion of like, you know, you pick the medic, you gun the heavy, and then the heavy just goes haywire.
Yeah, yeah. The thing about that notion is that the heavy, you know, despite him can be able to tank a lot of damage, and he can be able to do a lot of damage on the team and whatnot. But that also makes him vulnerable to being focused fire by the enemy. The heavy.
Anakar did try
compared to everyone else.
One point just wasn't really my thing, but I do appreciate the
he's
thought.
He's the most to stand out, and so he would be focused on by a lot.
He can
of
definitely
people.
run a Louis Company.
So that's his downfall, or that is his shortcoming. That he will be the center of attention, you know, on the front lines.
Right.
So that's where the medic comes in to fill out that shortcoming of him, to make sure that he is
last year with Ratnack,
you know, health wise, so that he doesn't, you know, go down quickly. But also vice versa, the medic.
Speaking of going down quickly, Harakishi.
Yeah, the medic cannot be able to. The medic cannot be able to tank as much damage as the heavy and whatnot, and thus the medic needs to rely on protection from the heavy. So there you go. It's two shortcomings that is filled out by the strong qualities of each other. Hence, that incorporates the teamwork. So translate that over to tactical FPS games, and what do you get?
Victory.
Pretty much. If everyone does their roles how they should, then yes, it's pretty much a satisfying victory that is a lot better than a victory won by an individual.
Exactly. A collective victory.
A shared experience, ultimately.
Exactly. Speaking of satisfying shared experiences, though, since we are at the 4-hour mark, if we do want to do part 2 down the road, I am more than welcome to it. But unfortunately, this time I'm going to have to head out myself and head to bed. But I do appreciate the opportunity to have you both in here with our field commander for Sunday Squad, Louis 661, and second in command, Kiyoshi Sarai. And Nikora, please do the honors. It was good to see you both, as always. Once again, glad to be able to have you both here and catch up with you in terms of getting to get some more in-depth insight into the world of tactical VTubing and hardcore tactical FPS in general. Before we go, though, before we close out, do either of you have anything you'd like to say to the viewers before we find us a raid destination?
So, yeah, guys. Despite me saying about a lot of these things between arcade shooters and tactical FPS games, I know that this is going into subjective kind of territory about these games, and I'm not going to be the one to insist on all of you on how to have fun and whatnot, right? I have fun in playing tactical FPS games with the notion, and like even Yanko here, you know, we have our fun and whatnot. But you know what? Ultimately, when it comes to games and collaborating with players, the best thing you want to do is just have fun with it.
Exactly. It's why games exist in the first place.
Yeah, that's what games are. And fun to one person is different from, fun to another. But I do encourage games are also a social thing. So try to look into tactical FPS games and something, and you're gonna see like more of these social kind of aspects, for the most part, and whatnot. So yeah, look into that kind of stuff. If anyone has me on the Discord or something, on DMs, and you guys want to ask me like more stuff about, the tactical FPS scene or firearms and whatnot, do hit me up. I most likely will have an answer for your questions. So, yeah, there's that. Kyori? Anything for the... Oh my god. Okay.
I mean, because we're about to leave, I might as well lay down.
That's fair. You get last words, sir.
Thank you. So, let us see. Whenever you're playing tactical FPS games, be sure to do what your commanding officer tells you. You do not want to be the one who brings down the entire team. Rule number 1. Number 2, like Louis says, have fun. 3, know more about your squad mates. Wait, what? There you go. Be sure to learn more about your squad mates. Try to get a better feel of them. And, do your job. Stay close. And try not to fuck up. And also, make sure you have your sights on the right guy. Do not be like Natalie. Forgive me for saying.
Oh. Well, I mean... we do... Natalie do serve some purpose within the fire team. Despite, again, we do have differences. Let's not put anyone in a bad light, okay? Natalie...
No.
Natalie does run in a fire team. Yeah,
man, honestly,
she does work in the fire team. Okay, so
she does.
Yeah, don't need to worry about that. I don't want to put anyone in bad light.
No
worries, sir. Now,
I'll appreciate. Oh, you go ahead.
I was also about to mention, like, I was not trying to put it in a bad light. She does have some qualities about her. She is good with a machine gun. But as a pointman, that is what I noticed about her. She does extremely well in clearing rooms with an MG. So you gotta give credit where credit is due. As a marksman, she also does well, like Nico over here. Well, not Nico, I mean Nyanko. There you go. Well, same thing. Fuck it. So
my marksmanship is a very low bar to get above. That's all I can say to that. Oh wait, no, long range. I guess I'm decent in long range.
So,
there's kind of
some
more element
marksmanship and long range capabilities, but
yeah.
That general consensus.
Hey, Kato. Chaser, thanks
guys, do take a look into
you.
tactical FPS games. We assure you will definitely have
a
different experience, or like a different experience that you would have aside from arcade shooters. The whole getting a victory from a team effort versus a victory from just an individual effort.
Mm-hmm.
And tactical VTubers, we're out there. We may be few and sparsed out in between, despite us being a niche. I tell you what, in the VTubing scene, not a lot of drama comes up. And I had to say
exactly.
Take a look into tactical VTubers. We're a pretty awesome bunch.
Yep.
And we're out there. And that's the reason why me as tactical VTuber, I'm literally out on a journey to find them and be friends with all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm honestly glad that I can end up being one of those to be friends with you, even if I may not be a tactical VTuber by at least originally or by default. I'm glad that I'm honored that y'all were able to drag me in. I gladly accept that. I
welcome everyone to stack up and whatnot. So, yeah. Again, I just keep on going on my journey. That's literally my mission. Find all the tactical VTubers, be friends with them, collaborate with them, and, probably make a community and whatnot. Been on that ever since 2018, still going at it. So, yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Oh, yeah.
And if you guys are out there, I'll eventually, if you find me or if I find you, like, hey, you know what? Life is very short. We might as well stack up.
Well, to be
fair,
I'm here.
Life is short. Make your enemies' lives shorter.
Well, like it or not, Louis over here actually found me back in 2023. And we pretty much hit it off ever since. No bromo, sir. But anyways, Nikora, I see you really like my dress. What's going on there?
There's Chaser here, too. Hey, Chaser.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for popping in on me.
Yeah, Chaser of the Tacticats PMC group.
Exactly.
Readable!
Hey, look, propane.
Oh, my, hey, darling, don't tempt me with a good time, eh?
Honestly, I think that's the best we could have ended on. Definitely appreciate the kind words from all of you, and yeah, like I said, honored to be a part of the tactical VTubing community. Even though I may not look it, of course, but and also, of course, honored to have the tactical VTubing community as part of my lineup every Sunday. Glad to be able to run with the Sunday Squad as always. We'll catch you then for more Grey Zone Warfare, speaking of which, and we'll back on Sunday as well for more Spreading Managed Democracy. Now, last word, of course, Field Commander Louis. Where'd you like to command us to raid out to?
Let me get my tablet out here. Let's see.
I heard of someone named Yanko.
Shut up, Fury.
No, darling.
Pulling out the attack already.
There's a reason why that black dress is black.
Nah.
Why?
So that the white can show up.
Oh my! Hey, don't tell me with a good time, sir.
I'm not just saying for only external. I mean that for also internal.
Oh my!
All right.
And gotta go internal.
Got here. Gotta make
insertion. I figured if I rated myself, it'd be like one of those divide by zero things.
By the way, Young.
I got a few.
Hey, it's Evan. Hey, Evan, happy Friday to you. Thanks for popping in. Hey, sorry. You alright?
There's one thing I would like you to show the guys. This is my tactical patch. Louis already has his tactical patch on, but this is my particular for ya.
I see a few people here. There's Hello Luke. There's Naoki _A.
Might be able to pull that up.
There's also Infrit.
There we go.
Infrit.
Yep.
It's a fox, I think.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
119th.
Yeah, the 119th.
That's a lot of foxes.
Okay. Infrit. I actually already read it out there.
Good to see as always, Evan.
How about Naoki _A?
Now, okie dokie. We can do that.
Do you actually have Naoki? I know Naoki is actually here in the Discord as well.
I think so. The name rings a bell. I just tabbed to their channel twice when I meant to go to their Twitter. Oh, their Twitter is a lot different. I will take a quick peek at that, actually.
He's playing Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, I think. Oh, wait, no. Tom Clancy's The Division.
We do not have Naoki in our server. Actually, just did a search and the name did not pop up. Probably with somebody similar.
Okay.
But we can go to we can raid them anyway.
Do you actually got their page up?
Yeah, I got it up right now.
Okay.
We
can.
Yeah. Let's arrange for part 2 sometime in the near future. Yes.
Sounds good to me.
I'm up for that.
But meantime, for now, we're going to raid out to Naoki_A. And of course, make sure to listen to the clipboards. Y'all know the drill, especially when you work at a hardware store. That being said, happy 4th of July once again to everybody for tuning in today. And thank you all for joining us for our Tandem Tactical Tell Me About It spectacular. I couldn't put another T in there. Spectacular, I guess, is the best way to put it. Once again, big thank you to our Field Commander Louis and our second in command Quixote for joining us for today.
Thanks, darling.
Whatever time in the I guess the evening there where you guys are. And like I said, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 1 a.m. Pacific time for more Striking the Box 2 with Helldivers 2, and then on Sunday same time for more Griezmann Warfare. But until then, for now, for me, I should say, we're gonna commence the raid now. You're locked in, Glibboards and always.
No way.
Thank you all popping in. Hope you all rest your day, rest your Friday, rest your Saturday, rest your Sunday, rest your weekend as well. And don't remember, the world's your oyster. So make sure not to leave with a pearl necklace. See y'all next time, chat, and yeah from ya.
See you guys.
Kicking off your workday with a fresh-baked feline frenzy.
You're watching and listening to Nyongo Bongo Dongo.
Now let's get this bread.